Okay, here we go. Welcome everyone. It is our third session tonight of Unfinished Symphony, our D&D campaign set in my original setting. Tonight, we have everyone here again, which I'm going to... Oh, the fucking... the fucking Discord icons for everyone unloaded themselves. They're reloading again, damn it. But, at any rate, those will just take a minute or two. At any rate, for everyone, we have... I will introduce real quickly. We have playing Drexel. We have Adox.
Hey.
We have
What's up?
we have Bookworm as Magnus, our little construct boy.
Yo.
We have Chris as our Digion.
Greetings, and no, it's not Digimon.
Digimon!
We have Reina as Annika.
Hey.
And last but not least, we have Bree playing Cypress.
Hi. So my opinions on capitalism and the
Oh my
entire
god, stop it. Kick from server.
I can't believe, wow, main character of the game.
Oh my god, nobody's gonna get this. Why?
I'm so sorry.
Why? Oh my god. But yeah, sorry for a delayed. Sorry for a delay tonight. Other stuff, and then me trying to avoid fucking up things by getting everything preset before stream, and I should be good to go now. No scuff for once, hopefully. That's what the delay was doing. Scuff prevention.
And with that, you've jinxed it.
No, fuck you.
Yeah, you probably just scuffed the stream just by saying that it's not scuffed.
Absolutely have not. It is perfectly fine. Everything's going well. Fuck you.
Okay, sure. Say that when I take the feat linguistics.
Oh, oops. That's the one. Where is it? Fuck, where's that window? There it is.
Shit, bro.
There we go. That doesn't count as scuff. Shut up. Nobody can say that.
Well, I can't believe you scuffed the fucking stream.
Shut the
Oh
fuck up.
my
Shut the
god.
fuck up.
Oh my god.
It
So
has
disrespectful
begun.
to me.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Well. Okay. Well. The party had gone into the ancient tomb of a supposed Drillian philosopher, gotten a scroll that they handed over to a representative on Magnus's behalf, and met the pink dragon Omeidiyah, who they seem to have built up a positive repertoire with. They returned to the inn and have spent the night there, barring one who had gone to her own home. But we'll be meeting back with the party this morning. It was a rather uneventful night for the most part for everyone in the city of Arkansas. You are all a bit it is a bit concerning that Xing did not show up, but he did warn that he might possibly not have shown up, so it's not completely out of nowhere. But it is the first time someone has come to meet you on his behalf. The city itself seems pretty alright. It's a bit of a hazy, cloudy over day. You know, a bit of moisture in the air. Feels like it might rain, but nothing too bad. Just some light showers. We currently cut to the Metal Butterfly Inn, where the party has been staying. Everyone has kind of woken up and done their morning routines. And yeah, we have the scene here. Yeah, everyone can sit where they feel is most appropriate for their characters, of course.
Yeah, I'm just sitting in the back, writing in a journal, making sure no one's looking in my fucking journal.
Yeah, Cypress is actually going to approach Magnus. And remind me if I'm a dumbass, but did I already pay for the shield and everything? I know we talked about it.
I think we talked about it. I don't know if I can't remember if we had you pay for it yet or not.
Let me check, because if it's in DMs, we probably didn't.
Hmm. I remember you mentioned. I remember giving everyone gold that you went and sold the gold cuffs that the dragon gave you and made you all super rich.
Yeah.
Because I like breaking my game economies.
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I said. Okay, I said that I wanted the thing to be put on the shield, which implies I already had it, so I think I paid for it.
I think
I
so.
Okay. Well, let me check my notes.
Yeah.
But regardless, I can just minus 10 gold for it if I do.
Yes.
Yeah, they're going to approach Magnus. And they're like,
Yeah, no.
hello, how are you today?
Yes, I'm good, thank you, Cypress.
That is good. I got you a gift, if you would like it.
Oh? Here, what's my gift?
And they offer out, a cute little Magnus-sized shield, of course. On the front of the shield is what I assume Magnus would recognize as the Marietti family symbol. Custom engraved on it for your boy. And they're like, yeah. I noticed that you were interested in getting more protection, so I figured that I would give you this, since you have been so kind to me.
Oh, yeah, thank you very much. Which will make it much easier to here to protect people when I need to.
Yeah, Cypress nods. They're like, I'm not very good with shields myself, but hopefully it helps.
Yes, I'll make sure to make good use of it. Thank you.
Yeah, Cypress nods. Gives a little like flick of their ears, and then goes back to sit at the table. Because they don't know how to end conversations. They're like, oh fuck.
Alrighty then.
Fuck this, I'm out.
Very funny.
Shit. Fuck. Mm-mm.
All right. Well, as y'all converse and have breakfast and whatnot, you see briefly a Tethian. I don't have a mini form ready because it's literally just this quick moment. But a Tethian comes out from the hallway that leads upstairs, comes over, walks over to the Julian bartender that you had met the day before. Oh my god, what was his name? Or the Ecosian, sorry, the Ecosian. Sukraj. Which means that the Tethian, who embraces him before heading out the front door, must be his husband, Ren. The one who
Was
makes
this the
all
one
the
that was
butterflies.
mentioned to have? Ah, yes. How convenient. Yes, I will go up to that motherfucker.
Which motherfucker, the Tethian or the...
Yeah, Tethian.
Okay,
Apparently the
as... After he finishes talking with the husband and, starts to leave, you intercept him then, I'm guessing?
Yes, hello.
Okay.
Apologies for interrupting, but are you the person who has built all of the decorations in this establishment?
Yeah, he gets a bit of a beam of pride on his face as he answers and says, "Oh, why, yes, I am. I carved them all myself."
They are exquisite work.
Thank you.
It is. You're welcome, I suppose. Do you... Well, pardon me for asking, but do you hail from the Insert name of the city that is the one nearby that all the Tethians come from.
Gianglo. Gianglo is the name you're looking for.
Yeah. Do you hail from Gianglo? Do you hail from Gianglo?
He gives a nod on his face and goes, "Yes, I do. I actually come from Zu myself, which you recognize as being the name of one of the major families in Gianglo."
I see.
Mm-hmm.
What brought you out here?
Well, not. He seems a bit.
Every fucking time he talks, it's a different accent.
Shut up! I don't know what to do. I didn't think you were gonna bother him. I didn't put that voice.
him.
I mentioned him because I wanted you to all see he exists. I didn't think you would go up and bother him because you're just gonna be leaving. Okay. He seems a bit flustered by the sudden question, but gives a bit of an answer. Well, I actually for a few reasons, I suppose, but mainly my family thought my artistic endeavors were fruitless and should have been put aside to focus on the more practical aspects of craftsmanship. But you know, you gotta follow your passions in life, and I also happened to meet Sukraj when he was traveling through Gianglo one day and kept in touch and decided to move out here to live with him.
He nods and he says, well, based on what I've seen of your work, your instinct was correct. You have a knack for artistic craftsmanship, I suppose.
He kind of looks at you with a bit of a smile and says, well, thank you. I always appreciate admirers. I've been working on them for a great many years.
Would it be possible to purchase one?
Actually, yes. I'm willing to sell one on one of the walls, of course, but with a bit of an extra fee, I could always craft a more personalized one if you want.
How much would that be costing? I've recently gotten paid and like to spend money on the arts.
Well, I'm a bit of a rush, but I can, perhaps, you're staying here, correct?
Yes, for the conceivable future.
Excellent. Well, I know at least the next morning or two I shouldn't have to rush off so quickly, so I could definitely sit down with you and hash out the details, but I would say probably 1 to 3 gold pieces, depending on the extent and or materials of customization you want.
That is something I can afford. I would like to speak with you further once you are no longer busy.
Of course, of course. What was your name again?
Drexel.
Drexel, all right. Well, I'll make sure to hopefully talk to you in the next day or two. One of these mornings.
Hopefully I will be alive come tomorrow morning.
He gives a bit of a chuckle at that.
He nods and gives him a handshake if he'll take one, and goes back to where he's sitting.
Yeah, he shakes your hand and gives a nod goodbye to you as he turns and heads out the door. You can only imagine what he does, but considering his artistic skills, he's probably a craftsman for hire for a variety of businesses and people in the city.
Now I just need to decide what I would like done.
Build me a butterfly with laser beams. And a jetpack and missile launchers.
Perhaps a small, something like a butterfly, but more like a bat would suit me. Fuck off, sorry. My email just beeped.
Drexel's just in there, one of their wings just like lights up and beeps.
Gets an email like God fucking damn it.
Lol, that's great.
I have unsubscribed from this.
No, I am not looking for hot single Tethian babes in my area.
No, I literally am not. I am not interested in such fruitless and completely irrational endeavors. I only desire praxis.
Jesus. But, you know.
That's why I do not. That is why I do not currently have a sending stone, because it just kept beeping. As it turns out, when you make a singular sending stone, it just picks up all of the other sending stones all around you.
Oh boy.
Anyway, I'm done with the bit.
But yes. Yes, as it gets to around the time that Xing would come meet you himself, a new figure you have not met before comes in through the door. He's clearly one of the city guard, presumably a higher up one. He has a hat with a, a bit of a like feathers. What's the word? Plucked,
Hat?
not plucked.
What's it? Quick question.
Yep.
On a scale of, just for me,
Yep.
not for Drexel.
Yep.
Is he sexy?
I'll give you describer. He's like an older.
He's a cop, Alex.
Yeah, he is technically
First
cop.
of all. Oh, never mind. Never mind. First of all.
I said he looks like he's a member of the city guard. Like.
Well, my Wi-Fi is bad, and that cut out. I just heard guy walks in.
Jesus. All right. Anyway, he looks to be an older Drillian, as far as you can tell. He's got like gray is started to show on his beard that is around his chin. His eyes are quite wrinkled and deepened. It looks like he's been quite busy for many years. He kind of scopes it out before noticing the group of people kind of spread out around the inn before he kind of walks in between the two tables and kind of looks at all of you and says, "Are you all the people that are supposed to be meeting with Xing this morning?"
We are?
Oh, hello. How are you?
Yes.
Did he die or something?
No, Xing is not dead, thankfully. But he sent me to get you on his behalf. He's currently investigating a scene that he would like you all to come meet him with, as he doesn't give me all the details, but it says it relates to another matter he discussed with all of you previously.
I assume we
I
would
see.
get paid?
You'd have to ask him, but I imagine if this is the business, if he's referring to a business topic you all talked to, I assume, yes, he's going to be paying you. Told me you're all his bit of a adventurers for hire, so to speak.
All right. I suppose you should lead the way then.
Of course.
Hey,
Oh,
if
good.
you need us, when we'll go.
Excellent. See, Magnus has got the right idea. Annika.
Annika,
Yeah.
who has the only non-monetary reason to want to check out this fucking corruption shit, Annika.
But
Hey,
yes.
if she can be paid to do something, she'd prefer that over not being paid to do something.
Hey, I mean, Drexel's same way.
Yeah, no, Cypress is just like, yes, where is he exactly? Is he still north of the city?
Oh,
I'm
yes,
sorry, their
he's-
accent's all fucked up tonight.
It's all good, don't
Just
worry.
ignore it.
Yes, he is in the city. He's over in, oh my god, I can't remember. Fairlamb Alley, which is one of the older parts of the town. There was a disturbance early on in the morning. We've gotten it under control, but he feels it is something that he wants you all to be there to discuss in person.
Of course. Straight the way.
Okay. He gives a nod and turns for you all to follow him out the door of the inn. We don't have to bother moving ourselves over there.
I want
I'll-
to insight check this guy. I think he's
Okay.
suspicious.
All right. You turn around and notice on his back is written, "I'm actually Mel in disguise and I'm going to betray you."
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
but
no, I mean, I want to know, is he part of I want to see, is there something conspiratorial about this man? You see, I
Drexel,
believe,
not everything's an Among
I'm
Us
sorry?
game. You gotta
Oh my
gotta
God.
unplug.
I am sorry, but MK Ultra was real, so I don't know. So,
Jesus Christ.
my insight is, I think it's really funny that my insight is actual dog shit. Considering that, yeah, I got a 10. This is the most suspicious man in the entire world, and there's nothing that he can do, that will convince me otherwise.
Alright.
I fucking hate him.
You have your usual vibe of you can't trust this person, but otherwise, you at the very least do not feel like he is deceiving you on being sent here
Yes, he
by
is.
Xing.
Absolutely, he is.
Jesus Christ. Oh my god.
I
But
can't
yes.
wait until we get outside the inn and Drexel just stabs this guy.
You see Xing, you finally meet Xing, Jaxel just stabs him. Why'd you stab him? Well, I just had to be sure. But yes.
Nah, he's just like this man. The least trustable man. Here's the thing about the insight checks. The insight checks are for me. Drexel doesn't trust anyone. And he will always act as if he has figured out the most conspiratorial thing about someone on
God.
an inside check.
Oh my god, it's
But
him!
I need to
Oh my
decide whether
God.
how valid that is. Oh my god, it's him.
Yes, it is him.
Hey,
I
he's
love
no
you.
longer a square.
Yes, no, I made him an actual proper token.
Nice.
But yes, no. As he leads you to an alley where two guards are standing there, and he kind of turns and says he's just waiting down there for you. Before he also turns to keep a bit of eye out. You can tell the street's been emptied. You don't see any civilians or anything, and he's standing at what appears to be an entranceway to an alley of some sort.
Yeah, no, Cypress will approach, because they're excited to see him. Not like that. Yeah, Cypress will approach and they're like,
They are
hello.
horny as hell.
they are so, no, they're like, hello, how are you today?
He leans forward or he kind of looks at you. He tries to have a smile, but you can tell on his face that he's got a lot on his mind. Sorry, I'm just turning down something.
Oh, baby, what happened?
There we go. That's better. He says, "Well, to be blunt, there was a incident this morning. We heard someone reported hearing very peculiar sounds while they were walking through this area. We did an investigation, and as we got close to the source of the sounds, a creature broke through the walls. It appeared to be already very injured and dehydrated, but could not be calmed. So unfortunately, the guards had to strike it down to prevent it getting loose and harming any civilians in the city. But we're not quite sure what to make of it and the building it came out of. And I have it's a bit of a kind of just looks into his hand for a moment as he fiddles with this medallion that you recognize as being a sign of the of a Tempest agent, their equivalent of a badge, so to speak. And he says, I just have this sinking gut feeling that it's related to what was driving Goldleaf to come into the city and cause a ruckus. I think it'll be clear once you see it for yourselves.
Did you mean
Or Gold Willow. Sorry, Gold Willow. Shut up. Shut
I
up. That was
cannot believe that Xing would have forgotten the name of the particular tree ant that we were sent to investigate.
that is not canon. That is not a canon misspeak. That is me.
Suspicious.
That is me.
I cannot.
That is not canon.
I still have his flower.
Yes, you do have his flower still. Yes, and Xing turns to lead you down the alley.
I go with down the alley.
Yeah, Cypress follows.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep.
You-
Let's roll in.
See the creature. It is clearly dead and sprawled on the floor. It is very unpleasant and disturbing to look at. It has three crab-like
Ew.
legs that are all
Ooh.
asymmetrical with each other. They aren't the same length and don't all go in the same direction. Its two arms are at different levels on it, and they have their digits and arms don't all match the same length either. It has tendrils coming off its back and one coming off a head, and what you can presume to be a mouth, although it also kind of looks like the opening of a trumpet, like it's very curved and goes inwards.
Well, I'm gonna immediately start digging around inside of it to see if it ate anything interesting.
All right.
And while they do that, can I roll an Arcana check to see if there's anything magical about it?
Yes, you may.
Yeah, I was gonna ask if there was anything metal about it. Yeah, try and relate it to what creature Goldwillow mentioned, which was flesh grown from metal.
All right. Here, let's see.
Wait, should I roll something to see if it ate anything? Because I'm just putting my hand down its fucking throat.
I would say do an investigation.
Oh god damn it! I'm so fucking bad at this. Oh no, I'm not. I am good at this. That's 21,
geez.
baby. 21,
jeez. And
You just say that you're bad at things without looking at your stats.
I'm bad at this because I was looking at insight, which is a +1, and investigation is a +6 for me.
Jesus. Oh, jeez, I don't know what happened to me there. So I'll do this a bit in order. First with Drexel's investigation. Reaching into its mouth, you do not find anything in there. The insides are oddly smooth and kind of have this sort of smoothened aluminum feel to them. Like it doesn't feel fleshy like it looks like the outside and everything should. And no matter how far you reach back, it just keeps going. You can't seem to, and you don't find anything clogging it or anything.
It seems to have an almost aluminium core. Very smooth, not anatomically correct for something that is anatomically built.
Interesting.
Yeah, hearing what Magnus just says under his breath, flesh grown from metal.
Arcana, as for Annika, getting a sense of the creature, you can definitely sense magical energy, both corrupt and non-corrupt. As you're investigating it, you also notice the energy that you can feel is of gold sanguinum, actually, to a very faint degree. But looking at its wounds and examining them a bit closer, you can see mixed in with really dark and gooey blood is specks of hardened gold that appear to be bits of sanguinum.
Okay. Well, should be well, not to any great surprise, there's corrupted energy involved here, but I also sense some gold sanguinum in its you say in its wounds?
Yes, in its wounds, in its blood.
Perhaps that has to do with the fact that it might have been the one that fought Goldwillow. As Goldwillow, I believe, blood gold sanguinum.
That would make sense.
And what was it that killed this again?
It was the city guards that had attacked it right now because it was alive when it was discovered. I guess should be saying that in character as fucking Xing. Well, the city guard, me and a few of the guards had to unfortunately cut it down. We tried to get it to calm down after it erupted through that building to the north, and you can see here. I didn't do the wall properly, so you can't actually see inside. You can go into it after, though. But it broke out of a wall into a room in this area of this building. And
I see.
yeah, and he says, we tried to calm it as best we could, but it just would not stop lashing around, so unfortunately we had to put it down, so to speak. But do any of you know what this creature is?
Outside
Seems
of-
artificial.
And corrupted magic was used to create it, but outside of those two things, not yet.
Perhaps we could dissect it further. Does anybody have a particularly strong knife or sword that we could use to peel it open?
I do have a dagger. It's a very
Yes.
standard military dagger, but a dagger nonetheless.
I have a magic dagger.
If I may, perhaps the spell identify could work on it. If it is not fully a creature, perhaps it is more of an object.
Not
And
a
that
bad
might be
idea,
a
sir.
system.
Well, unfortunately, my identification software has not been recalibrated this morning, so it's going to have to be somebody else. I didn't prepare to identify, so
Here, I can try.
Yes, I can
Hey.
also do it as well. Either one works.
Yep. Yep. Here, Magnus can do identify, and if it's alright, he'll literally cast it to save a spell slot, which is
Mhm.
just like 10 minutes.
All right.
Yeah, so he just spends 10 or so minutes poking around for a creature. Here, trying to see if there's anything extra he can find out.
All right. Well, looking at the remains of the creature, Xing kind of watches you as you do. You notice that it is very fleshy, and the mouthpiece on it does seem to be it doesn't feel like it's something that was inserted into it. It appears to be a part of it. Whether you can tell whether it's grown from it or not, you're not entirely sure, but it does seem to be originally a biological entity of some kind.
Wait, you said it was originally a biological entity?
Yes, it's originally biological. You can tell that this isn't like a mechanically made thing that's gotten organic bits to it. It's clearly a living creature that's been altered.
Yeah, so the metal pits were inserted into it somehow.
It is odd, considering that its inside is not particularly ordinary for a biological creature. Going down its esophagus and so on, it's quite smooth. It has no particularly chunky bits, if you know what I am saying. It all seems like a fabrication of what one might think a stomach might look like, if that makes sense. It would probably help to peel it open more.
Xing gives a nod and says, we can move it to the Tempest headquarters here, which we can have a better environment to perform a dissection on, but I figured I wanted to leave it here till you got here to see, but I will organize its transport there so we can do in a bit more proper environment for
We should
examining
probably
it.
take it there. If we're going to examine it there, we should take it there.
Yes, well, there's a bit more we want to look at.
Also, I mean, I feel like we should also look into the room that it emerged from.
Yes, of
yes,
course.
probably. But in terms of taking it somewhere, I think that the only people that should take it are not people that are us. People who perhaps know what we know.
Xing gives Xing gives a stroke of his chin and just kind of silently nods, looking over the creature. You can tell he's already theorizing in like his head what it is, but he seems to not be sharing, rather just listening to your thoughts right now. As for the room itself, would everyone like to go in there? You can't walk through the walls.
Yes,
I gotta toss you in there. It's also not quite against the wall exactly, but
I dislike not having this amount. Okay.
Why is the board? Okay, the board's right there.
Yeah.
Is that?
Yeah, Magnus does Kool-Aid Man's his way through the wall.
Jesus. No,
That's very
Digion,
funny
stop it.
because I wrote in my notes. It died to the city guard after Kool-Aid Manning out of the wall. So,
Jesus.
I'm glad we have a very similar sense of humor.
Yes. So
Yeah,
this is.
It just goes from oh yeah to oh no.
This would be the inside of the room. The broken part is the bottom of the south. Inside, there's boards all over everywhere on the floor. There's a table. There's some papers strewn about, shelves, a cupboard, jar, one singular electronic light that seems to still be emitting brightness.
If there's these actual papers here, I'm immediately going to them and going through them to see if there's anything interesting.
They are. Okay, so the pile of
Okay.
papers on the ground are a big mishmash of different articles and notes in various different handwritten signatures. Some seem to be shopping lists for Sanguinum. Some seem to be notes on some type of creature called a Neratep.
Ooh, that's fun and sexy.
Yes.
Is there any way I can look at all of these things, read them all, sort of go through, or like skim through to sort of figure out what kind of person would have all of these in this room? Like, what kind of person would this be? Like, what kind of like, is there any through line on all these things?
So examining through for that, I'll have you do a roll for that one as well to see if you can figure out the common.
That would be investigation?
I think that would probably be the most suitable for it.
Cool, because that's my best skill of all time. And I'm gonna use guidance on myself, so... Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, I'm gonna need it. Okay, that's a 14, I guess. Jeez.
A 14. Okay.
Gee whiz.
Looking
Okay.
through it all, the closest thing that kind of ties them all together is a initial that is on many of the letters, either being the one who writ it or the one who is it's directed towards, with the initials. God damn it, where's that notepad? AD.
AD. Okay,
After
cool.
death.
I'm gonna like just take a bunch of them.
All right. I'll just
because,
say you take the ones that seem most promising.
Yeah. I'll also take if any of these are like written specifically by this person, I'll take that as well. I would, because
Yes.
as we must remember from last session, I did use my special skills to create myself a forgery kit.
Yes.
Which I have. Yeah. So I'm just taking some things.
There's also
I'm gonna continue to be going through this whole. Oh.
Yes, there's also other ones that are more organized onto a table too.
Yeah, I mean, I'll look at those as well.
Okay. While you do that, before I tell you what's on those ones, I'm going to do this because.
I'll be right back. Just assume I'm going through the paper.
Okay. Magnus, you catch it almost instantly as Drexel's first going to those papers, and you notice that these boards, which at first seem to be just random, you do notice that one is can easily see that it's not as dusty as the other two, the one in the far right corner.
Ooh.
Yep. Not saying anything. Magnus he goes over to it and tries to move it. I'll see why it's less dusty.
Yes. You lift it. It's a bit heavy, but it's just a big giant plank of wood, so it's not too bad. You kind of lift it up and put it against the wall and find two cellar doors hidden underneath.
Ooh.
It looks like
Good
this is
find,
where the
Magnus.
creature came from.
Mm-hmm.
I have special eyes.
Look with your special eyes. Yeah, Cypress is going to kind of walk over and tilt their head at the doors. And they're gonna lean down and knock on one. Does it echo?
Echo in the sense that there's a room beneath it?
Cypress is testing to see if there's a big echo, to see if there's a huge hallway or something, or a cave system mayhaps, as in the one that we found. Or if it's just kind of a dull echo, like a room.
It's a dull echo like a room.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Cypress nods. They're like, well, Drexel is catching up on his reading, but once he is back, I am sure that we can go and investigate what is under. Yes?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm back.
That sounds agreeable.
You're back. How dare you be?
Yeah,
We found a room.
Yeah.
I heard.
Mm-hmm.
Do I find anything on newspapers?
Do you what? Sorry.
Do I find anything on these papers?
Okay, so in those papers, looking around, you are able to find more letters signed by AD. Most of them appear to be a bit too vague, clearly using just either turn of phrase or very innocuous words to hide what they're actually about. They seem just very personal, like back and forth between friends. One, however, stands out, complaining about the noise that seems to be emitting from their basements. And they use the word basements as in plural.
I see. And
Yes.
you said in the other pile there was something called there's a creature named a something?
Called a Naratep. Naratethp.
I sort of pick up I take the prompt, the most interesting letter,
Mhm.
and look at everyone and say, is anybody familiar with a creature called a Naratep?
Yeah. Would what be
Would anyone be-
history, arcana,
are we?
or religion?
Someone can attempt to make either history or arcane lore check to try and
Okay,
figure it out. If they might.
guidance to someone. Whoever's doing it, you get guidance.
I get plus
both.
5.
I get plus 6.
Magnus.
Right here, here. See how much Magnus knows about a Naratep.
You get guidance. Take a D4. You're gonna need it.
Yep. We're getting shafted tonight.
Yes. You roll. 1.
Zam.
Oh my god.
11. Magnus, the name Naratef does not bring anything of note to your attention.
I sort of stand up and sort of look over to Xing wherever he is.
Mm-hmm. They'll just say he's in the
I
doorway.
sort of click my tongue and I go, Naratep, ever heard of it?
He looks at you and gives a nod. He says, I had my suspicion that that's what the creature outside used to be, at least. Naratep are very, very reclusive creatures that live underground. They tend to keep to themselves. They don't do well with interacting with us surface walkers, as they particularly hate the sunlight. They're very reluctant to go into the sunlight for whatever reason. But that one outside looked a bit different. Its skin was a bit more red rather than black than it should be. And they don't have mouths like that.
I sort of nod.
Well, something clearly did significant work to it.
Sorry, what was that?
Somebody.
She said something clearly did significant work to it.
Yes, it's clearly been altered in presumably magical ways.
Perhaps it is a way that we can figure out, especially Magnus and I, who have knowledge in the fabrication arts. Are you guys going into that cellar?
I plan
Yes.
Yeah,
Cool. Well, if you need somebody to pick the lock, I have thieves' tools. If
Yes,
there's a lock to be picked, I can do that.
It is locked. I will say that right now. It is locked.
Drexel, we need your thieves' tools, please.
Cool. We'll go over it. He's gonna look at it, take out his thieves' tools, look over them. And then I'm just gonna cast Firebolt to get rid of it.
Okay. Okay then.
I'm sorry, I needed to do it. I needed to set up the joke.
Extreme lockpicking.
Oh my
He just
gosh.
looks at it and he goes, "Wait a minute. We are with the police. I can just break down the door."
Yeah.
You could just destroy things.
This is true. You can in fact do that. You're just gonna cast. Sorry, which one are you casting on it? You're casting.
I'm casting Firebolt as many times as I need to.
All right. Are you shooting it just at the lock on the at the lock on it?
I mean,
Or-
at the lock, at the door,
Okay.
whatever's quicker. Seems like it's made of wood on the map at least, so
Yes.
that's
Uh,
promising.
Sure. You shoot it at the door, and it just kind of like collapses inward onto like a stairwell that goes a short while before entering the room.
I look up at everyone and I say, like I said, I am a professional. And I go
I
in.
am a professional shit causer.
Professional. Awesome.
That was quite effective. Yeah, Cypress is gonna nod and then follow.
So Annika.
All right. Okay. Let's get to it, and I will drop everyone's characters in a moment. Okay. There we go.
Ooh.
Inside, you find a very a cellar that has clearly been used recently. This is a lot more obviously like lived in and whatnot. There's tons of like boxes and barrels everywhere. There's shelves of like bottles and potions. It's yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna roll investigation. Oh wait, should I roll perception for the meme? No, I'll roll investigation because they're actively looking this time.
All right.
13.
Oof. So in here you get a bit of a 13. Okay. Yeah. So looking around, you can the thing that stands out the most is a shelf going along the eastern wall where Annika is. It's filled with various colored bottles. Getting a bit of a closer inspection on them, you notice that they're different types of sanguinum, ranging in pretty much every kind: gold, blue, green, red, and even a few white ones.
Yeah, no, Cypress kind of tilts their head. They're like, there's quite a bit of sanguinum in here.
That's very
Perhaps.
interesting.
Well, I sort of look over to Magnus and I say, you run on sanguinum. Do you know perhaps how that might work in running something like that?
Would I?
You can attempt a either a generalized intelligence check or a arcane check.
Yes, Arcane check would be better for me because I have here +6 in that as well.
That's no cheese, right?
Guidance.
Yep.
I give you guidance. Be guided.
Let's see. Oops,
Bitch.
16.
19.
That's so.
Okay. So you know that through the study of both Technian technology and even just some tangential knowledge of Drillian, that sanguinum is used to power a variety of mechanical things, ranging from small bits of machine to small electronics to fallen automatons like yourself. And you do know that it can be used to enhance biological entities, although as to how that works, you are not quite as knowledgeable.
Magnus just says, Sangurium is typically used to power most mechanical things, such as myself. However, I have heard it can be used to enhance biological things. The process behind it, though, I'm unclear on.
Well, we have seen how it works to, I suppose, give life to biological things with the Treant. So perhaps there is something to be said for combining the methods of sanguinum use in mechanical things as well as biological ones. Maybe they were trying to make that thing we saw up there. One of the letters that I found mentioned multiple basements. Noises coming from them. I think it is fair to assume that there is probably more than one of those things. And it might be different considering that this... Well, and he sort of looks over the different colors of sanguinum. It seems like they were trying different things out, at least. Do you think we could figure out what kind of sanguinum was used on that thing, if any?
I would assume it was red sanguinium, since it was red, instead of a normal black.
That is a good observation.
Yeah, Cypress is gonna look through the bottles. Does any, like, color of sanguinum seem to be used more than any other?
Yes. You find some empty bottles that clearly have a bit of, like, gold around its, like, tips and whatnot of the openings.
Yeah, Cypress is like, it appears that, gold sanguinum has been used the most, out of all of these colors on this shelf.
Interesting.
Interesting.
So perhaps it wasn't from the treant, but instead... Or maybe both. That could have been why it attacked the treant. Is there anything else in this room?
Looking around, you see tools of some kind that are covered in a mixture of blacky blood and also a bit of gold flakes on them.
Can I look at the tools, see exactly what they might be? What they might be
Yes.
used for?
Yes.
Uh,
Looking at the tools that are on the table.
Cool.
This one you have to make a roll. They're pretty obvious. You can easily tell that they are surgical tools and operational tools.
Ugh. This is... Well, I pick up a scalpel. We can definitely determine where it came from and perhaps who might have done it. Probably whoever was using these.
Most likely.
They signed their letters with... What letters were they signed with again?
ID. Add.
With the initials AD. So we can determine that that might be the person, or at least somebody that was communicating with the person that did this. I think it is fucking gross.
It's all good.
I'm intrigued myself.
Intriguing things tend to be gross.
I suppose. It also doesn't bother me.
That was a Drexel only, although I think I don't know if Drexel shared that information of...
Drexel would have probably shared. He would, yeah.
Okay,
he
so-
mentioned it earlier that there were like noises from multiple basements. That
All
yeah.
right.
Yeah,
Yep.
he says whatever's like he's probably said it. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yep, so Magnus would just ask, hey, if ID was complaining about the noises coming from his basements, hey, then would he be the one who was experimenting on the creature?
Either that, or an accomplice, or perhaps a friend of. It seems like there is a lot of correspondence, including things that speak of the creature's original status as well. Most likely, this person worked with possibly other people in tracking down possible subjects. That is my current hypothesis. I'm assuming that there are other locations like this somewhere else in the city. where this is happening, which could explain what the... Wait. Where is this in... I sort of, think for a moment. Okay, Rita, is this near any of the places that the treant, attacked?
Yes, this is actually, as you can recall,
so fucking smart.
this is a few streets
Nice.
over from one of the locations the treant had attacked. Yes.
Yeah, he makes the fucking big brain light bulb moment. You see his little glowy eye? Phew, light bulb, because I feel so smart right now. Well, this is quite close to one of the locations where the treant attacked for believing that there was corrupted energy there, correct? I mean, it can only be logical to assume that should these things be connected, the other places that he attacked could be near the other basements that were mentioned.
Yeah,
Is this...
as Drexel says that, Annika's going to go to the corner of the room, I assume the one she's in,
Yes.
and pull back the top.
Okay. Pulling back and unfolding it, you can see that the reason that, despite there being surgical tools and it not being overly messy here, is this tarp is where it operated on, as it is covered in various blood and viscera from the Naratep.
Ugh.
Yes. And what about Digion? Has Digion found anything?
Digimon!
God damn it.
Gotta catch them all.
This is probably kind of shitty for Digimon, huh? Because he doesn't like tech stuff, right?
Yeah. Doesn't like tech altering nature.
Well, we're in the tech altering nature bunker.
Yay. Digiana, he's gonna toss a small envelope to Drexel that he found. And found this around the room. I don't recognize the sigil, I don't think. It's got a gold seal. Maybe you know about it. You're a bit more knowledgeable on this than I am.
Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna look at the seal. Is it recognizable or anything? Does it ring any bells from the other stuff I found?
It's not one that you've known personally, but it does look a bit similar to a few stamps on a few of the letters, and which is like a golden cloaked figure.
Cool.
Like, you know
Another
that-
thing I'm gonna do is as we know,
Mhm.
I have a forgery kit. So what I'm gonna do
Mm-hmm.
is I'm going to use my forgery kit. Forgery kits also include, wax, things like that, all of the things you need to like seal letters and do all that stuff, as
Yeah,
I'm gonna assume it does. And I'm going to take perhaps a flat object of sorts, something that would be in it, to remove the seal without breaking it, to have the fully formed
Seal.
shape.
Yep. And shape of it.
The wax seal. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna keep it for possible future use
All
when
right.
I open the letter. And then I'm
Alright.
opening the letter, and then I'll put it in the middle so that we can Scooby-Doo read it together.
Well, it's an empty envelope. Sorry, he forgot to mention
Oh.
that. I wrote that it's an
Oh,
empty
okay,
envelope that's missing the letter inside, but it still has the seal
It
attached
is.
to it. Like
Hot,
whoever
okay.
opened it just
Well.
threw it aside.
This is actually quite convenient. I've collected a bunch of letters from these people, all of which seem to have a matching stamp. Because we have this envelope with this seal, it means that perhaps we could, well, forge any documents from these people, if we so choose, and have it have a modicum of credibility behind it.
As you look at the envelope in your hands, Drexel, and look at the various letters that you found, you actually notice that none of them look like they were inside this envelope. They're not the quite size. They're either way too big for it or way too small. This one seems to be a very particular size you do not have.
And whatever letter was in it is not here at the moment. Someone either took it or perhaps never made it. we should probably get to finding the other basements quite quickly and dissecting the creature more fully.
Indeed.
Perhaps
So
it has clues to what is next.
I'm going to move you out into the alley because Xing kind of stayed upstairs while you were all investigating down there.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, did we leave someone with a body, or did we just say fuck it?
We'll say Xing's like in the opening of the wall, so he's got both an eye on the body and like in this room. So the body is still out there. Don't worry,
Yeah,
it's not
Dexter will
stolen.
go up to Xing and say, based on what we have discovered, this thing was definitely created. In addition, we perhaps have leads to where, at least vaguely, the other basements might be ones that might contain more creatures like this.
He kind of gives a nod and looks at you and says, "Actually, yeah, I think I know where you're going with this already. This is just a few streets over from the house that he had attacked."
Yes, it sure is, isn't it? Yes, so that means there are at least 2 or 3 other locations that are confirmed attack locations.
Well,
Correct?
yes, that leaves the Sanguinum store, the park, and the house that currently had a Gindrillian family living in. The one that was near this location was the abandoned house that nobody seemed to be in that he attacked. We did check that one thoroughly, like completely thoroughly, and found like a basement that was already like empty and abandoned, and but had clearly been used and vacated of its belongings. The one in the family house, we did not find anything suspicious, and the one at the park is a bit odd. We didn't find any kind of secret or hidden area around there, so I'm not sure about that one.
He was spying on us, so he does know. I see.
Yep.
Well, this is only a few blocks away. This is close to the location that the tree had attacked, but not necessarily in the exact vicinity. Perhaps the other places aren't necessarily exactly on top of what they're looking for, but instead maybe a few blocks away. Something that could resonate with some sort of magic, but not necessarily. Well, they had to get the sanguinum from it for this somewhere, right? Which
Oh, yes.
explains the factory.
All right. He says, if you would like to examine the other locations, I can give you the address while I have this body transported to the Tempest headquarters. Or would you like to do an examination first?
If the body is getting transported, I would like to be there with it. I don't trust guard officials or anything like that to transport it, considering that this could possibly be an issue deeper than just one basement.
He gives a nod and says, I trust the city guard, but I understand your suspicion. As such, I will greatly comply with this wish of yours. Let us transport it to there, and we can discuss the matter further once we are there.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Fucking bootlicker!
On the way out there, Magnus would just ask Xing, is there any way we can identify who owned this house?
I can send someone to go look at City Hall at their records and see if they know who this property belongs to, but a lot of the houses in this particular block have been either abandoned or just have a lot of squatters. This is one of the older areas of the town, and as such, it's fallen into a bit of disrepair. Okay, as you are doing all that, let me get a really simple room ready, because I totally totally forgot to set up a place for the dissection room because I'm dumb like that.
You know, that's valid. I too am stupid.
How are you now? If you're so stupid, why are you in my game?
Yes, real
Okay,
quick.
I don't know how to tell you. I'm just kidding.
What are you going to say, Bookworm?
Here, I was gonna ask if Drexel took fast scalpel first in the basement, and if he still has it on him.
Drexel has the what?
What? The what?
Fast scalpel. Because I was
the
just thinking
scalpel.
we're gonna use what? Yeah, we're gonna use what to.
Yeah, no, I took some of the tools.
All right. Whoa, something very weird is going on with my Roll20. Give me 2 seconds.
Yeah, something I was gonna ask about basement as well, but didn't have a chance to. I was half wondering if Magnus could take any other red Zinwae there.
I'll say you can sneak away a bottle or two, if you'd like.
Well, I'm gonna be snacking later.
Fair, haha. Aren't we so funny? No, I'm just kidding. I'm not mad. But yeah, no,
I love fun.
We can
But
say
yeah,
you took that.
Be what, 10?
Okay.
Yeah, so I took 2, which brings my rations back up to 10.
Good. All right. Well, did I move you to this screen? Yes, I did. Okay. So you were all in about this area of town. Transporting the body, some guards escort to you as well to make sure like nothing happens, but it's pretty uneventful. You get some looks from onlookers wise. They try to look at the creature that's being pulled in the wagon. It's quite a hard to ignore sight going through the city. Eventually you make it to the Tempest headquarters. It's a pretty decently sized not quite a manor, but a very large house complex. Inside of it is a statue of a figure you do all know of called the Eternal Knight. It is a mythological feature from the Freelance history and Tempest itself. It's an entity that nobody quite knows what it is or what's underneath, as it's always been worn as a suit and armor, and has periodically appeared over many centuries. So nobody quite knows what he is.
What's it called? The Eternal Night?
The Eternal Night.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Yes. Fuck, what's I doing? Let me make sure I get it ready. As you're walking, Xing goes over a bit of more of the details of what he was doing yesterday. Said, I did have a friend of mine, as you remember, mentioned coming into town to help escort or help examine a few things we did find and to go over the details you have brought me. He thinks that there is several cults on record that could potentially be behind these shenanigans, but well, hopefully with what we turn up today, we can help maybe find a more concrete answer as to what we should be looking for around town. Okay.
I hold up the stamp, the thing to him, and I say, "Is this something you might recognize?"
He takes it from his hand, or from your hand briefly to kind of hold.
No, he doesn't. I
No?
show it to him. He doesn't get to take it. No,
Fine.
he doesn't.
He
Take
reaches
it. I'm not letting
for
him
it.
fucking take it.
He reaches
I
for
don't
it
let him
before you.
take it.
He reaches for it before you pull it away, and kind of has a bit of an annoyed smirk on his face, but just looks at it a bit more in your hand before saying, "I feel like I've seen this sigil before, but definitely not recently, and definitely not on anything related to this matter so far, at least." You kind of cut out there.
Something that your organization
Oh, Alex, you're cutting out.
Yeah, sorry, still didn't hear what you said.
Oh no, my silence, sir.
Oh no.
Alex?
I think their Wi-Fi has died. We shall give them a moment.
Oof.
Drexel's voice box started killing itself.
Yes. Drexel
You
was
knew
just
too much.
Drexel was just too mad at Xing trying to grab the wax seal and just died.
Nah.
They just died
Nah,
on the spot.
I'm not imagining Drexel here doing gestures and what, but not saying a bloody word, just being a bloody mime.
Yes.
Is this a good time to bring up my thing from last session?
You can, yes, while you're traveling through the city, sure.
Yep. Yeah, Magnus would just say to Xing. I'm not sure if this is related to this current thing or not, but
Hello?
Hello,
Yeah.
Alan?
yep, hello.
Sorry.
It's all good.
I asked if the Templar fucking homies, if they had ways to look into the symbol.
He says, I can of course have someone go through our personal records and see if they find anything that matches this description.
Yeah, Cypress kind of tilts their head and they're like, by old, do you mean a matter of dozens of years or maybe hundreds?
Sorry, what are they asking? Sorry?
They're asking if, how old? They're like, do you mean like dozens of years ago old or hundreds of years ago old? Because he's a Minoy. Both
Yes.
of those are really valid answers.
Those are true. Are you asking for when he might have seen the sigil last?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cypress is just trying to get like, is this like a dead organization that came back? Have they just been underground? Like, what is going on?
Yeah, he says, he gives answer, well, I'd say it's definitely been at least 100 years or so. You know, time gets a bit harder to tell in that regards, but I do feel like I've seen it before, but it's definitely been quite a long time since then. Okay.
Interesting.
Okay, I got it ready. Just give me a second to get everyone's models down onto it.
Well, and I take one of my letters that I took and I sort of rip off a piece that has a stamp on it that has the same symbol, and I give it to him and I say, you may have someone look into this if you so desire. But I do not give him my fucking seal.
Okay.
Borg.
I brought a bunch of things I did not mean to bring over.
As well.
Oh,
Okay.
I also tell him not to mention that we are the ones that are asking around for this.
Fair.
Probably smart.
Basically,
Put
I'm like,
yourself
I do
on the
not want
line
my
before you
name-
put us.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm like,
yeah.
I do not want my name attached to this investigation until it is over.
Fair. Okay.
Yeah, can Magnus do his thing real quick?
Yeah, Magnus can do his thing now, sorry.
Yep, all good. Yeah, Magnus would decide to Xing. Yeah, I'm not sure if it is related to this current investigation, but here, yesterday as we were leaving the city from the southwest bridge, here we saw a large creature swimming in the water and entered one of the drainage grates, but it appeared to force apart.
Alright, he strokes his chin as he says this and says, I see. Well, I do know we've had reports of sometimes wild creatures and the like going and finding their ways into the sewers and through the moat. Sorry, did Magnus mention the fact that it had said something to it, or?
No, I was about to. Mine's just gonna say whatever this one was, it appeared to be intelligent as I used message on him, and Magnus just uses messages on Xing and just says, hit just like this, so that only Xing hears it.
Mm-hmm.
And I ended up getting a response back that was either leave or exit.
He raises an eyebrow and says, "What do you mean, leave or exit? Did it speak in a different language?"
Yes, it did in one that I'm not fully versed in.
Well, what language is that?
Was Magnus told not to bring up that language at all by his creator?
To avoid doing it unless necessarily, but mostly in relation to Veritas themselves.
Yep, fair enough. So, here, after a bit of hesitation, Magnus will say, "It's spoken the Veritas language."
His eyes kind of widen a bit, and he strokes his chin a bit more. That's very interesting, actually. We've gotten Veritas units here in the city before. Generally, it's been a either uneventful or at the very least positive encounter, but definitely not one that would go and hide in the sewers. That seems a bit peculiar. I'll send out word and see if anyone's had any other similar interactions like that or seen anything of note. At any rate, I can actually move you to the inside now. Here we go.
Yep,
I
cool.
forgot to delete your old minis. I totally didn't just add it to the same map to save space. Shut up. Nobody saw that.
We just went in a big circle next door.
Yeah. Walk around the town. You go come back into the building like right next to where you left. Fucking.
We're all like, Xing, are you okay? And Xing's just like, I don't know my way around this place.
I actually.
I am very drunk.
I hate to mention this, but I do have dementia. Yep, it's a Manoy thing. You probably wouldn't get it.
No, I want this to go over more so I can have the stream fucking. Here, give me a sec. I'm going to make this map a lot larger so I can move the camera over more to actually have the area I just made in the center of screen. Damn it.
See, look at them.
Technical difficulties.
These are not technical difficulties. Shut up.
Stop.
So the DM difficulties. Got it.
Stop.
Is this a scuffed stream?
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck
Oh my
up.
god, I can't believe that I was correct the entire time.
Fuck you.
I'm standing next to Dementia Daddy right now.
Oh
Don't
my
you
god,
dare call
what is
him
with
that.
you and dementia daddies, Bree?
I don't know.
You guys are cursed, you know that?
We try.
See, this is what I mean by getting canceled.
Okay. I am tame in this stream. You guys do. I am not at my full power. When I DM,
I am not
I'm-
nearly as bad in this as I was in Lancer, to
No.
be entirely fair.
This is
I was
fair.
a menace in Lancer.
see, in this game, we're both playing, like, characters that are, like, responsible people.
This is fair.
I am not playing Poe in this game, which means being problematic. It requires a lot of, meandering about, having beliefs and principles, and,
Fair.
And I'm not playing
those
Chaotic
things.
Fuck Jade.
This is true. This is also true. Yes, what was I gonna say? Excuse me. So eventually he leads you inside the building. It takes a bit of a hassle, but a few of the guards helped carry the body of the Naratep into this large examination room. Xing pulls aside one of the tables from the side of the building to the center to make it more easier for everyone to examine the entity. And it is laying out on the table. In movement, its body has started to stiffen more. It's looking about the same otherwise.
Yeah, I'm just gonna start, I'm kind of familiar with some, operations, so I'm gonna just gonna
Mm-hmm.
start trying to peel it, I guess.
As you do that, Xing goes over to a cupboard over here that he opens that seems to be full of books and the like. Appears to be looking for something as you begin cutting it open. Where do you start at? The general main torso body area?
Mouth.
No?
The mouth.
Mouth?
The mouth
Okay.
is the thing that we apparently isn't normal about it. So
That is true, that is
we're
true.
Starting there.
Do you try cutting inside of it or like going out through like the outer flesh into it?
Basically, I'm trying to.
Okay, this music's a bit too calm.
I'm starting out by like. I'm trying to cut it in like along lines that are already kind of there, so that like hypothetically, if we wanted to like put it back together, it would be easy.
Fair, okay.
But I'm specifically sort of trying to, if it looks anything like the mini, I will do some little drawings. Sort of along the side from the opening, from the sort of like edges, gums of the mouth.
Gotcha,
sort
gotcha.
of open it so that I can pull it backwards and just bisect it, open it.
Alright.
We can see everything inside.
All right.
Nasty.
Yeah, as you're doing this, Xing finally comes back from the cupboard holding a book. It's very small and very old. But you can see from the cover of it that it appears that it's labeled an examination of our curious neighbors below by a doctor whose name is very long and unpronounceable. He holds up and says, about 800 or so years ago, there was a Ecosian doctor who wanted to kind of try and unify all our knowledge of Naratep. So if there's anything that can at least help explain that should be out of place, hopefully we can find it in here.
All right.
Um,
I don't think that my hands would be very nice on that book at the moment, I say, arm deep in a fucking dead
Yes.
body.
Yes.
Well,
Well, obviously, I'm going to hold it for you.
Yes. Would a medicine check help get us anything extra while we're doing this autopsy?
You can try and see. Yes, it can possibly.
Okay.
Guidance.
Oh, thank you. Shit. Apparently I need it. That's a D4, right?
Yes,
Yes.
for
14.
a 14. As Drexel is kind of like peeling back the head, so to speak, of the creature, you do notice that inside the mouth orifice, this like aluminum metallic bit, there appear to be droplets of sanguinum, mostly gold, but even a few other ones, as if it had tried swallowing or like had forcibly been made to swallow them. As you peel back, though, the aluminum mouthpiece doesn't go down into the torso, but extends across the main tendril and like seems to go along it further into that spot.
Yeah, Cypress is
Interesting.
going to just repeat that all out loud.
Well, I'm gonna follow. I will follow what Tree has suggested because I do not have a proficiency in medicine, which is ironic considering my character background. But hey, wisdom ain't good, okay? I had to fucking dump some shit, and no way I wasn't dumping anything else. Yeah, so I'll just go to the tail, or the main tendril thing that Cypress sort of pointed out, and sort of focus my cutting up there
All right.
to see if there's anything fun and sexy.
Okay. as you're doing this, Xing's kind of like fumbling through the books himself and finds something. Well, according to what the doctor had written in here, the Neratep do feed off of sanguinum, or at least appear to, but they don't have mouths like this to feed it. Nobody's quite sure how they eat them, but they know that they store it and they, like, very much hoard it, much like a tree squirrel would with nuts for the winter and whatnot.
Perhaps this mouth was given to it as a way to sort of mass feed it or something of that nature.
Perhaps. I'm not sure why one would try to alter it to feed it differently, but that is a very likely
Perhaps to
outcome.
control it.
Maybe.
Perhaps. Are they usually Neratep? Are they usually violent creatures, or?
The Neratep are known to be very isolationist. They won't immediately go to violence, but if one agitates them or refuses to exit what it considers its territory, which is their various tunnels and cave systems, there have been known to be, hostile encounters with the creature. But there's never been any kind of mass conflict or whatnot. It's usually on a more case-by-case scenario, if so. And they would never go into a city like this. They would not enjoy. They do not like going into massively populated regions.
Perhaps it was given a mouth as a form of causing more violence and chaos.
Perhaps it could be a source to help agitate it and whatnot.
Yes, I assume that it was a decent amount of pain as well, which would drive anyone to violence.
Mm-hmm. This is all true, very much true. Here, I'm gonna roll something real quick. Ooh, hey, okay, that's an interesting decision for that. Okay, I am just going to see who notices this. Okay. So, Magnus, as they're kind of examining the head and cutting into it, which caused some of the blood to go down to its mouth, so to speak, you notice that some of it appears to be dripping from the very end tip of the headpiece.
You.
Here, does blood and what is dripping out of it?
Yes, it's blood from where Drexel was cutting, goes through the entire head tube thing to its end.
Yeah, Magnus just points that out and says, something is dripping from the end of its tendril.
I start drinking from it like a cow.
Does anybody have a jar to at least collect it before it lands on the floor?
I probably would have kept my empty 10-gram vials on me.
Sure. We'll say you grab one of those.
Yeah.
As you put the vial there to collect it, you notice that the very end of it is kind of open, enough so that it looks like it's something someone would either speak or call into, literally like a musical instrument would.
Huh.
Were they making phones out of monsters?
Yo, dude, check out my new phone. It's got all the craziest apps, and this thing just bursts out of the fucking closet. Would you like to order scamp?
Would you want my Flappy Bird?
Do we have any games on our Neandrel or whatever? Minecraft?
Oh man. Yeah, do you have any games? It's Stardew Valley on your phone.
It's a phony. Jesus. Good one, Dijum.
I hate us. Anyway, yeah,
Our
I mean...
party is simultaneously the most, blunt, dry, humorless people, as well as the most sarcastic, mean people. Like,
Magnus
right?
is just here.
Magnus is a good boy.
Yes.
sure. Say that in 5 sessions when we corrupt him.
Oh my god.
Magnus, it's okay to lie and kill always, actually, because we said so. Uh, yeah, no, Cypress is, can they identify what's dripping from it, or does it just appear to be blood? Is it piss? Like, what's
It's not-
going on?
It is like blood and like sanguinum mixed together. Like it looks to be what has
Cold
come from the mouth.
sanguinum?
Yes.
Is it a golden shower?
Shut the fuck up. How Goodbye everyone. Stream's over. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, for why it's coming out, yeah,
I'm
it
just
doesn't
kidding,
look like there's a way to separate the ghost ingredient from the blood.
No, it's gotten very mixed together.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
it's
that's the
very
only thing.
yeah, it's basically trash
Yeah.
sanguinum.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out if what dripping out of it is intentional in any way, or if it's just a byproduct of it being cut up.
Gotcha. It's hard to tell, but judging by how it's been dripping and going through, it's not. This doesn't lead to any like intestines or anything. It's just a long chamber, so to speak.
So
Xing, may I ask a question?
Xing looks over to Cypress and is like, "Yes."
Well, I have 2 questions actually. First off, is there any particular type of sanguinum that they are known to feed off of, or is it all of them? And second of all, what is this tendril thing mostly used for in terms of its being alive?
Well, to answer your first question, they tend to go for any sanguinum as far as this book or as I've ever heard. They just simply seem to desire all of it. They don't seem to have a preference. As for the tail, well, typically this kind of goes back along its head, right? The head piece for this tendril would normally go straight up, as if it's the head itself. This is kind of, the mouth has like opened it and started to curve it back. And he kind of flips through the book a little and gets to a page. He says, well, according to this, along the tendril itself are supposed to be these bumpy parts these bumpy surfaces that are essentially its eyes that it uses to capture the low amount of light underground that's given off by sanguinum and various biofluorescent flora, which would explain what doesn't like going in the sunlight. I imagine it's crazy bright for them.
Would it be
yes.
realistic of
Are there
Okay.
bumps on the tendril, or does it look the eyes have been like cut off or popped out or something?
Yeah, it looks you cannot find this supposedly bumpy spot.
would
It does not appear to have its eyes.
Very peculiar.
Would it be realistic, or at least possible, to presume that maybe this creature was supposed to store something? From what it seems, they have added an entrance. There is not much on the inside of it that would suggest anything that could get in the way of something you might want to put in there. And there's an exit that is a large hole. Something that seems to have some sort of
It could.
different capability than its original thing. Perhaps they were trying to transport or put things inside of this. I am not sure. I would
Only
have to...
possible.
Right. He kind of nods in agreement that yes, this whatever they're doing to this has some purpose, and I'm guessing it's not to feed it. He kind of like walks around while looking at the book, and is like, it definitely doesn't have anything to do with communication, as all the Naratop are telepathic and converse by directly talking to each other and those around them. So it wouldn't need a mouth to make any kind of auditory noise. And he kind of like walks over and is like kind of looking at the, the bit that Magnus is collecting and whatnot. He kind of looks at it.
It could.
Sorry, go ahead.
It could be. It is an underground creature. Perhaps they want something that can traverse underground to collect something for them.
This is true. But if that's the case, I'm curious as to how they're exactly controlling it.
Maybe that's the corruption that we are sensing.
He gives kind of a nod of his half listening.
Well,
Yeah.
if
Yeah.
there was, you mentioned, Drexel, that there was not any squishy bits when you put your arm down its tummy.
Right.
Perhaps they.
I peel it back open a little to see if there's any squishy bits, just to double check.
Yeah, no, it's just
Perhaps-
this luminous like thing all around through the tendril.
Perhaps they have. Perhaps they have taken away to digest, and they are looking for it to collect sanguinum, but not eat it. Yes.
Yes. It would make sense that this would be a storage creature more than anything else. That seems to be all of the changes that they have made to it. It's just making it almost a portable, possibly deadly chest.
He kind of opens his mouth for a second as if a thought kind of just came to his mind. He looks to Drexel and says, did you, the notes then, whatnot, did you search through? Did you find anything relating to noise or anything like that?
Yes. Complaining about noise in a basements. That's how I presumed there were others, and well, came to my conclusions.
Is
Is there noise that's important?
He's like, I have a bit of a suspicion, but this might not be pretty, so to speak. He hands the book over to Annika, since she's just the closest one to his right. Does Annika take it?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. He grabs it. He walks over to a series of shelves over the wall, picks up like this like clean cloth, walks over and like kind of kneels down and starts like wiping off the opening that the blood and whatnot was dripping off. Before he lifts it up, and like you can see like the sense of like foreboding regret on what's about to be done, but he like lifts it up to his mouth and blows into it, and it doesn't sound quite right since the head's kind of cut open. But Drexel, from your side, as he blows into it, it actually starts to sound like a very ominous sort of like horn-like instrument.
Well,
That is a neat trick.
Uh,
Why?
He kind of like he kind of pulls away his lips and like is wiping them again more with the cloth and is just like clearly like grossed out by that whole thing. Says, well, this is from a few weeks back. I thought nothing of it until just now, but there was complaints around the town for a while of in the middle of the night, people would hear just kind of like as if someone was playing some form of musical instrument. People would go around and search for it, but nobody could ever find where it was coming from, and it kind of just stopped after about 4 or so nights. So we just figured it was just someone, having a bit of a laugh and just trying to freak people out by playing some music. There wasn't really any harm done. But I'm starting to wonder if that is related to all this going on.
Probably was.
well, I suppose the torture of this creature went in many directions.
is a bit sad.
Yeah, he kind of stands up from that and whatnot, and just kind of hands the tendril back to Magnus, who continues to just kind of try and collect whatever liquid comes out in the vial before kind of walking back around and. Oh, moved the wrong thing. It didn't move. It didn't suddenly come back to life. Don't freak out.
Come on!
Thank you. By blowing into my flesh horn, you have allowed me to be reborn.
Now
Yes.
I wish that wasn't actually a thing, because that would be hilarious.
Fucking
Oh,
Neurotep Jesus over here.
Oh my god. But yeah, he kind of looks a bit over it and walks back to you. Back to Drexel, and is like, yes, I'll have to reopen the reports we had taken about this and keep track of try and find again whichever areas we had heard it and see if that's actually correlates to the locations that Goldleaf had attacked and where we have found this creature.
Should this be involved with the massive scale, small corruption sense that both myself and the Treant have gotten about this entire city?
I'm starting to
I
suspect that yes.
I suppose I have a question to ask, which
Yes.
is these letters that I have been looking over are correspondence between a particular AD and various friends and people.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I have my own suspicions. I suppose I would ask how likely it might be that something of this caliber were perhaps, well, considering what this thing has been altered for, though we're not sure exactly what. You don't suppose that this would be something that could be perhaps subsidized, patronized by any important people in the city?
He kind of strokes his chin a bit more. I can't think of anyone on the city council or any of the higher points of office with the initials AD, but it also could be a pseudonym too, and not their actual initials. He's kind of like clearly like deep in thought. There's no one who jumps as immediately obvious for being involved with this business. There's definitely been, problems of corruption and whatnot, but I'm pretty sure every city has to deal with that. But there's nothing immediate that makes me think that someone on the city council or anywhere could be partaking in this, because I'm not even sure what the point is. So far, the most damage caused from this is a treant coming in trying to presumably find these things and destroy them, and it walking around in the middle of the night to just play music to seemingly annoy and uncomfort people. I'm not sure what the entire point of this is, even.
You said that Neroteps, they communicate through telekinesis or something to that
Telepathy.
effect? Telepathy, yes.
Yes.
Cypress would have used that word, but Ray's a dumb shit.
So,
Was it this that was playing music, or was it something else that was playing music?
well, they're not sure since they never encountered what was the source of the music being heard.
Yeah. Cypress kind of thinks for a second, and they're like, what if they are using advantage of this creature's natural way of communication to perhaps plant thoughts in the mind of the people who hear the music to create well, I would not know, but to add them to their plan in some sort of way. Perhaps that is something that they are doing.
conspiratorial. I agree.
Xing gives a bit of a nod to that and thinks that's actually
CIA shit in the entire world.
that actually would make a lot of sense. Perhaps they found some way to use that telepathy to, as you say, instill thoughts or ideas into people's minds. Nothing has popped up of it that we've at least noticed so far, but perhaps that means they've simply not figured out how to get it to work properly, and this is still something they're attempting to solve.
Or perhaps it means that we should probably find their other experiments and the other basements.
This is also a good point as well.
I know.
Yes, they were probably collecting many resources, and perhaps allies as well, in order to stage a large-scale attack in which they kill everyone.
I mean, I suppose I don't know the point of killing everyone. I don't know if this is supposed to be...
Cypress just shot up their ranks in Drexel's fucking eyes. Like, yes, this is the most fucking far-fetched conspiracy theory bullshit. Based on no evidence of all. This is perfect. I love this.
Okay, new campaign now is Deus Ex the Conspiracy.
I'm so sorry for them. I'm so sorry for them. It makes sense if you know their backstory where they're like, everyone's going to fucking die.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Drexel is just like, I'm so glad someone in this group is finally talking sense.
Okay, episode title is totally going to be The Conspiracy.
Yeah, that fits.
That is Cypress's answer. This is going to be their kind of subconscious thoughts using this character's mode of communication in order to...
Bree,
hello?
you're breaking up.
You're breaking up really bad.
Fuck! Well, I don't know how to help that. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's good now, but yeah.
Yeah, no, but no, Cypress, that's Cypress's vote. They're like, they're gonna fucking murder everyone, or worse.
Alright.
Yeah, and
I
I could
believe
just like
most likely that if that is the case, which it could be, I certainly also think that this could perhaps be a money-making scheme. This could perhaps be very cheap mine equipment that they're building, sort of pokes at the creature.
He also gives a nod. That is true. They do burrow and whatnot. That's where they find their homes. So I imagine they are an effective way to burrow and search for sanguinum, underground sanguinum deposits. So it's also very lucky, or very likely.
It also might have to do with that weird tunnel, the one that the tree ant attacker went through, the one that was closed and corrupted.
This is true.
Speaking of a tunnel,
Mhm.
can the creature be used to open it in this current state? Here, as we deduce, it only opens for these creatures.
I mean, I'm not going to give you an answer to that.
That is perhaps actually an excellent idea, Magnus. Do you think it is possible? Actually, it should be possible. We should be able to take this creature and bring it towards that tunnel.
that could work.
Is that what you want to do immediately?
Yeah, how
I don't
big
know.
is this creature?
It's
I'm just trying
pretty.
to see.
It's pretty heavy. If
Yeah.
it was plain, like if it was an actual creature you're fighting, it'd be 2x2 squares. So.
Yes. So, I was wondering if it was bag of holding sized or not, but
No, it is not bag of holding sized.
I think that our first priority should be finding a way to properly store this creature in a way that would... Well, it is a good resource to have. If there are other ones, we should be able to figure out what its weaknesses are, things like that. But in addition, ensure that it can't be stolen back by anybody who might have wanted it.
Well, there is a cleric cantrip that can prevent bodies from decaying.
Well, do you have that cantrip, Annika?
No. But
Okay.
we could potentially see if someone does. That would be that would
Uh,
help.
Xing, yeah. Xing actually speaks up and says, for preserving the body, we do have a mage on hand. I'd have to go get him, but he should be able to use magic enough to keep the body preserved.
Here's where were he? Magnus would just ask, hey, Drexu our Enaka. Yeah, how's what corrupted magic emanating from this creature? Here, lessen up all where we've been here.
I'll just
Question
tell you.
for
I'll just
anything?
tell you. All it has not. It's just kind of the same level.
There is no time factor, good to know.
Yeah, it would be. I think, out of character, I have two suggestions. We either fucking do the really stupid thing and split the party up for investigating locations and bringing thing to tunnel, or we pick one of those things now and then use that for the rest of the session.
I would say Annika prefers investigating the city before moving onto the tunnel.
Yeah, Magnus would prefer that tunnel because that tunnel will lead to wherever the thing is in the city. That's he's thinking.
Yeah, Cypress prefers the tunnel because it seems like the more direct route to the shit they care about. But they also understand the merits to investigating the city. They're also just like
any other basements, personally,
mm-hmm.
but also doesn't care which one we do first if we're gonna do all of them.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should do all of them regardless.
Well, yeah, we definitely have to do all of them. But yeah.
Yeah, and
we could split things up, but that's up to us in character.
Yeah, and here we do have a body here right now. Yeah, whereas if we were to do this later, it'd have to be taken out of storage and everything.
Mm-hmm.
The problem that I see is that it'll probably get out considering everybody was able to see us bringing this creature in. If there are other basements, well, the people that are in them probably will now have some time and some foresight to clean up their shit and leave as soon as possible.
Most likely.
This is very true.
That begs the question: what's faster to finding these basements, searching the city now, or going through a tunnel? Here, assuming it leads to our basements.
Well, if it leads to the basements, then we just meet up again, correct? If we split up everyone.
If you believe it is safe for us to split apart.
I think it's safer to know exactly what we are dealing with. However, not all of us are combatually minded as myself.
I mean, I agree. The sooner we know what's going on, the better.
Yes, I think that the more time-sensitive matter is probably the basements. But if we need to split up, I will go with Magnus to check out the cave crack thing. But also we are not adept at fighting, and that is more likely where more enemies will be. That is my concern personally.
If need be, I can inflict a lot of damage.
I am more of a healer type, personally. How do we all?
Yes, what?
I think, personally, my opinion is that we should cover as much ground as possible as soon as possible.
Well,
however, I understand
best
the numbers.
Yes, that would be best achieved by splitting up if we are trying to cover as much ground as possible in as little time as possible. I suppose that we should figure out our groups. A basement group and a tunnel group. Yes?
Yes,
If we
I
are,
am interested in seeking out the basements personally.
That
I
is
will be
splitting-
going to the tunnel.
here, assuming that tunnel is more dangerous, I would like to go there because, yes, here I can take damage and block any hits that might be coming.
Magnus, you have a way to heal yourself, correct?
I do, but it is not instantaneous like your healing.
I see. That is a little bit worrying. Please do not die.
Yes.
I would like to find one
Yeah.
of these creatures live, or one of the perpetrators. So that is why I'm going to one of the basements.
Oh, I hope
Digiana,
you have
Annika,
fun.
do you have preferences yourselves?
Digion, does Digion what does Digion want to do? You've been quiet for a while, Chris.
God fucking damn it.
Chris, that's not an answer.
Digion's gonna vote to stick together.
Okay, but we're not sticking together, Chris.
We've voted to separate. Into
I'm
which
like
group.
super out of it right now.
It's
You're
all
not gonna
okay.
lie.
It's all good.
Basically, Drexel wants to stay in the city and check out the more basements to see if he can find more. Cypress and Magnus want to go to the tunnel by the treant and try to use the body to open it up.
And Annika's probably gonna help Drexel.
Yes.
Shut the fuck up.
What?
Yes. I will say that if we want even numbers, here Magnus, Cypress, and Gizmo can be a party of 3.
Yes, you did have Gizmo with you.
Yep.
Alright, that's true. Jin will go with Drexel then.
Okay,
Let's
and
fucking
then
go.
Annika as well, I'm guessing.
Yes.
All right. All right, here, just a sec. All right, well, that's okay then. I love it when players split the party.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, bruv, but it's fun.
It's all good.
I personally like when my characters get in so much danger, they're so out of their fucking element that they die.
I'm not.
It's actually great.
I ran Dark
And then-
Heresy. I'm not against that. That's not the part I'm complaining about. I ran Dark Heresy. That's a game where your players are just like at a moment's notice away from death if they're just fighting some random guy. I'm just trying to think of the best way to go about, splitting up the party and resolving everything. I'm just thinking.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
Here we can always do a sort of cliffhanger thing, if it drags on for too long.
It is true. I'm not worried about getting it all done tonight. I'm just trying to figure out how to not spend all 2 hours with one party and ignore the other party and want to have everyone do a little bit of stuff before stream ends.
How hard would it be to alternate scenes and just
it
should
shouldn't be too hard, but Give me a second. I just was looking up to see if I had a file ready for something that would actually help me out a lot real quick.
Yeah. Here,
It can definitely be a thing where if someone gets into combat, we can just be like, if combat is about to be gotten into, we can just have a softcore agreement that, okay, if you roll for initiative, we're switching to the other group,
That is true. That is true.
As a thing, just because combat is usually its own hour.
Yes. This is true.
Yeah.
This is true.
We can have that agreement of if there's initiative, we switch off to check in with everyone else before we go back to the fight / end session.
Yeah.
Works for me.
This is true. This is true.
That's fair.
All right.
Yeah, I was going to mention that if combat ends up happening on both ends, if it just happens simultaneously, switching back and forth between the two groups.
Okay.
If that ends up happening.
This is true. This is true. Give me a second. I know I'm going to do that. Will make this. There we go. Dungeon Champions. It's going to download. There we go.
As we're lugging the body up here, Xing and a few of our city guards will probably be coming up with us with a wagon.
Also, indeed, Rocket, it is. Sorry, I don't know when you messaged that, but yes. Sometimes it's easier to lie about your rolls than let a total party death happen. I have done that as a DM once in a while.
Whoa, I just keep rolling that ones.
Oh, the villain swung for your head. Oh, a nat 1. The 25th in a row. What luck. Okay, I rolled to seduce the bartender. They rolled a nat 20. But you say that every time I try to seduce. Yeah, I know, it's crazy, right? Nat 20, they're not seduced.
I would never seduce the bartender. He's married.
Now, the bartenders are still with way too much crap to be seduced.
Yes. Oh, I totally did the wrong button there. Oh well, that works. Except, no, what the fuck? Here, just a sec. Sorry, something really weird just happened on my end. Fuck. I'll be honest, I didn't expect one of you to go, hey, remember that fucking creepy cave we found?
No.
No, I didn't think any of you would make that connection for some reason. I don't know.
Why not?
Because
when you leave clues, and here's the thing: is this entire party, for the most part, is pretty smart.
Yeah, well, sorry.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm just thinking about all the time I had to fucking wave shit in front of your guys' heads in Mask of Souls.
And
Hey,
we focused on the wrong shit
hey,
anyway on
hey,
purpose.
Hey, hey, you went in Mask of Souls. It would be a thing where you were like, "Hey, literally all of the things are in Cave A," and we're like, "What's in Cave B?" And you're like, "Certain death and a hot spider lady," and we went Cave B.
Yeah, you did.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's
But
okay.
to be fair, we also had She Who Must Not Be Named as a character.
This is true.
And and that bitch never made a good decision. Okay, so
I was making bad decisions on purpose to see what would happen, and as it turns out, I became very rich and very powerful.
That
and
was
no one could.
that was a
Such an
very stupid
asshole.
thing when that happened. Yes. Oh my god. Okay.
I think it's fucking hilarious how Kai paid for all of Poe's expenses for like most
I was
of
the
the game.
richest party member, and I made Bree pay for everything.
Yeah, you sure
great.
did.
Fucking hilarious.
You're fucking evil. But yes, okay, what time is it? It's 9:40. Okay, okay, we can do a few things before we call it a night because I don't want us.
Worst comes to worst, we end on the cliffhanger.
Yeah, we'll probably end on a cliffhanger because there's if this is gonna go the route I think it's gonna go, something big and dramatic could possibly happen that I wouldn't want to. That would take a good while to properly resolve. So.
Oh God. I can't believe we're about to start the apocalypse.
No, not
I mean,
that big and dramatic.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Just you meeting someone I don't have art ready for.
Oh shit, sorry.
No, it's not actually art I wanted to give you, but or it didn't go to you about because it's not something I think you'd particularly enjoy drawing. Like I can go to you after or explain because like totally needs art.
Sure.
It's an important character, but it's a weird design. It's
Well, that's fine.
One of my weirder
Okay, maybe
ideas.
Diddy 2?
Yes, it's another Veritas unit. Yes.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, I was
Bro.
gonna bring something up before with with a creature saying that flying through it seems like something that Veritas would do. Because we're all musical in nature.
They are musical
Yeah,
in nature. This is true. They are musical boys. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm going to move you off of this now onto Arcanes. So we're going to have Magnus, Cypress, Gizmo take a wagon that pulls the creature to that one cave. As they're doing that, we're gonna do a few of what Drexel, Annika, and Digion find. Sound good?
Sound
Yep.
big?
That's fine.
Okay. So Drexel, Digion, Annika, which one do you want to go to first for the 3 possible locations to search? There is the Drillian family household, the Sanguinum store, and the park.
Annika's gonna vote for do the one that's closest because she wants to do it as efficient as possible.
Okay.
I'm thinking what was the one that they said they didn't find anything at?
The Drillian household.
I'm thinking that one.
Yeah, it would be the closest one would be the park.
Oh, actually, I look at my letters. Are any of them addressed to things near any of these places?
You find one that is addressed to the Sanguinum store that is asking for purchasing a list of varying amounts of Sanguinum, primarily gold and white.
Okay. Well, I mentioned that, but that just sort of shows that they were buying from there, so I don't think that's as interesting as possibly going to the statue or the other
Park.
one, the house. I
Or
think
the
we
house,
should go to
yes.
the house, but if someone else has a stronger opinion on something else,
She doesn't really have a strong opinion. She just wants to go through things as efficiently as possible, which is closest one. Then on and on.
cool. Well,
But if Dressel has a stronger opinion, then they can go there first.
Drexel wants to go to the thing that they didn't find because that means that because the other one had like a cleaned out basement, which means that they cleaned it out. So he wants to go to the one that didn't have one of those.
All right.
So yeah, house.
Okay, so the house. So you are at this location. And going to the house, it is over in like this part of town, so it's not too far. You get
Cool.
to it, and you find the house, and it looks, very unassuming. It's just, it's just the house of like an Adrillian family. You can see the damage that has begun repairs on it, like the wall's patched up, but it's not very pretty looking right now. But it's at least like not leaving air and everything in. So yeah, the door is shut. What do you do?
I pick the lock. Wait, no, I
Yep.
knock on the door.
I picked the lock. Oh my god, don't even. Okay.
So, what are you gonna do? Commit crimes?
No, Jade would do that first thing.
Yes.
Hey,
Jade
hey,
would have done that
hey.
first thing.
Hey, I have a criminal background, my friends.
Jesus. All right. Excuse me. You go and knock on the door. You don't hear anyone for a bit before you hear a small pitter patter, and you hear like a young voice on the other side of the door just go, "Hello."
Hello. We are with Templar.
Tempest.
Tempest. Fuck me. You know, sometimes it's 11:45 p.m.
It's all good.
We are with Tempest following up on a certain treant attack that happened a while ago.
Is the tree man coming back?
Most likely not, if our jobs are completed correctly. That is why we are trying to figure some things out. Would you mind answering some questions about the situation and or showing us where the attack specifically happened?
There's just a bit of silence on the other side of the door for a bit before the voice finally answers back. My mommy says I'm not supposed to talk to people I don't know.
Well, is your mommy here to talk to us instead?
She said she had to go out to get some things for dinner and Daddy's at work now.
Well... Shit.
Hey, this kid can't stop you from entering the property, really, if you decide to break in. They're just some kid, but, you know, definitely going to make a bad impression on people.
Yes, well, you know, I am thinking for a moment. Could you at least point us to where the attack was?
She still hasn't opened the door, but she says, the big brown boards on the wall, that's where it attacked. I was home, I saw it. It was scary. He was making weird yells.
Weird yells. Interesting.
He broke down the wall and looked inside, and after he had looked at us for a bit, he just got up and left.
I see. Where do your parents work?
My mommy doesn't work. She just had to go out for groceries, but my daddy works at the stables. He looks after the grifts.
I see. Based on my vague idea of everything in the... do we know where the stables are? Are they nearby?
You could find them, yeah. They're at one of the main entrances.
Okay.
They're not too far on the map, actually. They're the tile for them is right next to yours, actually.
Okay, so they're like conceivably pretty close. Interesting.
Yes.
Do you have any neighbors? Are you the only family living in this home? In this complex, I suppose?
It's just me, my mom, and daddy. There's an old lady that lives next door, but I haven't seen her, and I don't think she was awake when the thing attacked, so I don't know how much she saw.
I see. I think for a moment, and I'm like, Do you know what it was saying? The tree.
No, it was speaking a slow talk, and it didn't sound like words I knew.
I see. Have you heard any weird noises recently? Like trumpet noises, horn noises, loud, annoying at night?
She's like really quiet for a bit. Before she answers, Can you wait a second real quick?
Okay. Insight check the child.
Okay.
what kind of energy is this? Is she like, oh no, gotta go tell someone? Or is she like, wait, let me open the door? I'm gonna
She
give
like,
myself guidance.
I'll be right back. Oi, boss, they're not buying it anymore.
That's an 18.
Okay. You get the sense that you've said something that has resonated with the child, and they wish to go and get something to either show you or explain to you.
Okay, cool. Based. Awesome. I'm waiting.
All right. So you hear her patter away from
Dorothy
the
was
door.
fully ready to fucking body a child.
Oh my gosh! Okay. Real quick.
Raid, let's go!
Thank you so much, Driz. Oh my gosh! Welcome everyone. We're hi, howdy to yourself. We're in the middle of our RPG right now. Yeah, thank you, Range. I super appreciate the raid, Driz. Thank you. Welcome everyone. To give a quick update of what the fuck's going on. A few of the party members are currently trying to investigate some places around town and are currently at a house that a little girl has answered the door and wants to explain something to them. Hi everyone, jeez, a lot of people here. Thank you all for stopping by. I super appreciate it. Hey Kitsu. Loser, you're here too. I never know to call you Loser or AEXE or what. It feels weird just calling you Loser even though it's technically in your name. Yeah, Cammy, wow, everyone's here. Hey, y'all. But yes, no, the girl, like, runs off, you hear her patter away, and it's, like, maybe about a minute before she comes back to the door, and you finally hear, like, a lock get undone, and she, like, opens it, like, really slowly, and, like, peeks out at you, and you finally get a look at her. Fair kids. Well, thank you for being here. You finally get a look at her, and it's just like a little like Jillian girl's probably around like 8 or 9. She has like, you know, very yellow hair, very like standard looking Jillian. She's just wearing like, you know, just a little dress and everything. And she like slowly peeks at you all before she opens it a bit more, and you see she has a paper drawing in her hand, and she holds it out to you and says, have you seen the Music Man?
The Music Man. You're going to have to be a little bit more specific. I sort of look at the drawing.
She says, as you're looking at it, she's like, Mommy and Daddy didn't believe me when I told them I saw it, but I saw it out my window one night, and it was playing music. It was kind of scary, but it made me kind of calm. And she, like, you holds the painting up, and you notice it's a very, very odd creature she has drawn. It's it's not the fucking Muffin Man. Don't you dare call it the Muffin Man. But no, the Music Man. And it's drawn like with like gray and black marker or like crayon, and she has like red over it and a big red eye at its head. It looks like it has like 2 legs of like a Veritas unit that goes up.
Mm-hmm.
And where its arms should be, instead turn in tons of tendrils that look like, you know, like the Naratep's headpiece that kind of like go around everywhere. And in its hands are a bunch of different like what you think she's trying to draw is like horns and instruments and stuff. And
Firstly,
yeah, good.
you have quite impeccable drawing abilities. And secondly, this was just walking around your home?
Well, not in my home. I saw it. I looked out my window when I started hearing the music. It was really far away at first, but it got louder, and eventually I saw it walking down the street. And the weird thing is even though I could hear it, and could see it, everyone else didn't see it at all. When I went to my mommy and tried to wake her up, she said there wasn't any music and I should go back to bed. And when I came out here, I even saw someone walk right by it, and they didn't even look at it. Which I don't know how they did. It was kind of scary looking.
That is interesting. Well, I suppose I have another question.
Yeah.
Well, multiple. Firstly, when was this? Was this close to the time that the tree man attacked your home?
this was, I think, the night before it.
I see. 2, did you see which direction it might have gone in or gone from?
Well, as it walked through, it stopped right below my window and looked up for me for a moment as it kept playing, until it eventually started walking and it went that way. And she like points like towards like the main street, like towards the park.
I see. All right. And another thing, could I perhaps purchase this piece from you?
And she gets like a really shocked look on her face and says, "You want to buy my drawing?"
Yes, I would be willing to pay. Let me look at my inventory. I would be willing to pay you a gold for it.
And like her eyes drop at that because like, you know, imagine like
It's like $100, lol.
yeah, it's like I know, right? She's like, "Yeah, you can have it."
Thank you. I give her 1 gold.
All right, she takes the gold and is like super like amazed and excited by it. And thank you, Bookworm. Thank you for gifting a sub to Driz.
I would appreciate if you made sure to spend all of that on yourself and things you want.
She gives like, "I can buy so many crayons."
Yes, do this.
Uh,
Well, I look
yes.
back to the homies and I say, I suppose we are going to the park then.
Suppose so.
All right, awesome. Well, you made that
I
girl's
I
day.
roll up the drawing and I put it in my bag of holding.
Awesome.
I am a patron of the arts.
Mean one, Magnus. Choose. Okay. Yeah. So you continue onwards then, heading back towards the park, based on what she had described to you. As you're doing that, Cypress and Magnus, along with the trusty dog Gizmo, are pulling the wagon with the guy heading back up into the. I think it was these ones. Yeah, this mountain I said is where it was over.
Yeah,
Yes.
Here, yeah. You get there and quickly recognize the area you had previously explored when you went to go and find Gold Leaf. It appears undisturbed. You see a few animal tracks and the like, whatnot, but does not seem like anyone else has come along this trail since you were here just a few days ago. You finally get up to the spot. Wait, is it Gold Willow or is it Gold Leaf? What am I?
Gold
Willow.
Willow.
Oh my
Yeah,
god!
Gold
That is
Willow.
his name. Don't
Gosh,
be
shut
mean
up.
to Gold Willow.
Shut up.
He deserves to be named properly.
Quiet, you. It's my own OC. I can get his name wrong. I'm allowed to.
Wow, Rut, you don't remember your own OC name? Pretty sus. I think you're part of the conspiracy.
But yeah. So, going onwards, you finally find the location where you had found the crack in the wall from before. Let's pretend you're not there, and you're not there, and you're not there, and we'll pretend the wagon's here, and I'm just too lazy to put it down. But yes, here is the crack in the wall again. As you bring the wagon close to it, it does not seem to react at first. Do you wish to try anything?
Maybe we need to blow the creature.
Yes, I think. I
I'm sorry. That's just gonna make no context to all the people that showed up because they weren't here for that fucking scene.
18 plus, everybody. Oh.
Here, I'm gonna go get the
After
actual Credo model
midnight.
just so people can see what we're talking
No.
about.
I know what I'm doing. Magnus doesn't.
I didn't consent to ERP, okay?
All right,
Yeah,
we'll pretend this is a wagon.
Don't worry about it, Rocket. It's fine. Yeah. Cypress is just like, I do not believe that we need to go to such methods so quickly. I think that we should probably get it closer before we do anything like that.
Okay.
Cypress is like, how could you blow it? You do not have a mouth. I am confused.
I actually would like if Magnus can blow it.
Magnus
it would
could
have
not
to be
know.
Cypress.
Yes, it would have to be Cypress.
I'm
They are
tempted
the
to say
bard.
something as Magnus.
Yes.
They are CPR.
Yes.
This isn't in character, but I'm really tempted to say, consider it good practice.
Oh Jesus, bad Bookworm.
Oh
Bad.
my god, that's
Oh
so
my God,
fucking
y'all.
good.
Why?
Cypress is gonna like start getting the body out of the carriage thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's
Ma-
very
By the way,
happy.
we can't
I
see the
imagine
map
Magnus-
if we're supposed to.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not on map.
Oh, did I not move you to the map? I swear I moved you to the map. Sorry.
No.
No,
all good.
There we
I
go.
wasn't sure. Wasn't sure if
Place.
this was a quick stop while, and we're gonna go to a second one after.
No, this is okay. So yeah, you're here.
Ah,
Yeah, I
this
imagine you drag it
this
up and
one-
like pull it up to the crack. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, as if it's going to enter it.
Okay.
I'm sure Cypress is getting covered in golden shower right now, but
Stop using these words. You're trying to get me banned off of Twitch.
It does. Yeah. Real quick. Doesn't Cypress have presentation or something? Here's to
they'll be
clean, to
fine.
clean my
They
map
don't
off.
mind. They'll just clean. But
Yeah.
no, they're gonna hold it up as if it's going to enter the thing.
Okay, you're just weekend at burning this big freaky dead creature.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm so
fucking
glad you did not
cut
make me roll
open.
strength for this.
I was really tempted.
Yeah, it's been cut open. Please do not. I have 8 strength. But yeah.
Nice, fine. Hey, Gizmo is just ramming it up from behind, helping you get it closer.
Yes.
Yeah, Cypress is like puppeting its arms, like scratching at the wall sadly.
All right. Scratching the walls with it does not work.
Well, this was a waste of time.
You should blow it.
God damn it, I have to blow it.
We must explore all our options before giving up.
Cypress is down, Bree is not. Okay, yes. Cypress is like, well, I am the one with the mouth, so I suppose I will do that.
Yep, and
What do I roll? What do I roll, Retsa? What do I roll?
You can roll a performance test.
Oh, that's so
Oh my
good.
god.
Before that goes off, here Magnus was going to pick a nearby rock and use magical tinkering on it to copy the noise what comes out of a creature.
All right, you can do that.
Yep.
So, Cypress, you make sure its head is closed as best as it could be after the whole examining it earlier. You kind of like lift up the thing, and you know it's pretty much just as gross as you could think. You pick up the tip of its head tendril, and you just kind of lightly blow into it with your lips, and as you do, the sound kind of emanates from the creature. It's a bit quiet at first. But after you have a moment, you take a bigger and deeper breath, and like actually try to properly press your lips and blow into it like you would with an instrument, and that makes a noise that you can hear first audibly, it's this very weird kind of like a woo, highering and lowering of a rapid pitch of a sound as it goes, until all of a sudden, despite Magnus recording it too, you can't hear it anymore, but you're still blowing into it there, but the sound is inaudible to all three of you, Magnus and Gizmo. But he can still tell that his magical tinkering is still, his rock is still capturing the sound it's making. As you finally been blowing on it for like a good 10 seconds straight, the cracks in the wall finally begin to start shifting and kind of magically bend and shift to reveal an opening. Once it's opened, you finally pull your lips aside. Make a toughness test. Or Constitution, I mean.
What?
Constitution,
Okay.
sorry.
Saving throw or a test?
Do a saving throw.
Okay. Not that it matters. I have the same. Oh no.
You
I'm gonna throw up.
Yes.
Oh no.
The taste
Poor
and
Cypress,
smell.
they do not deserve this.
The taste and smell of it is very unpleasant to you.
Here, while you're frying up, Magnus will hold your hair out of your face and just walk in my back, trying to help you.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Cypress pukes. And they stand up, they cast prestidigitation, and they go, okay, let's get going.
Yes. Our coven is opened, yeah?
Yes, the corridor is opened.
Yep.
Inside,
At least we know it works.
yeah, inside, Cypress recognizes it from when she had her bat go into it when you were previously here, as it was able to squeeze through the opening a bit. That it is a very roughly cut out stairs. They're very uneven, and you'll have to traverse carefully because they're not. They look very they're not unsturdy, but they're not very even and safe. So you can't rapid walk down it. You have to keep an eye on your footing.
Yep.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
before we
Cypress
go-
is going to make sure that Magnus and Gizmo are both stable as they walk through the cave.
All right.
Not wanting to, hurt them.
Yeah. Before we start heading down, Magnus will ask Cypress, would it make sense to leave Licorice out here in case anything happens, and that others can use Licorice to trace themselves their way back to wherever we end up?
I'm sorry, he's asking if they want to leave the trumpet creature out here.
No, not for trumpet. Here, Licorice, you're familiar. Yeah,
Oh.
that's why.
Oh,
go-
yes,
going
yes.
through. Yeah, in case anything happens. Here, your familiar knows where you are all the time, and I'm assuming you know where your familiar is all the time.
Yes.
This is true.
Yes. Cypress is going to take out Licorice. They're not going to give him a kiss on the head because they just puked. But they are going to scratch his little noggin, and they're going to be like, Licorice, I need you to stay out here and guard the entrance for me. And if anyone comes by, please do let me know and take note of their appearance. Thank you. They kind of just set Licorice down, kind of close to the like kind of inside the crack, but close to the exit, so that
Yes.
he's less noticeable.
Gotcha. All right.
Yep.
Licorice proudly kind of I was gonna say coo, but I don't think bats coo, but
They kind of do.
I guess they do. They make its little squeaky coo noise and showing its understanding and takes its spot on the ledge you said it to. Yeah,
Bats are
something like that.
fucking cute. They're nasty boys, but they're so cute. Yeah. Yeah, so Licorice is gonna keep an eye on the body and see if anything follows us.
Sounds good. All right,
Yeah.
so
The
you did
perfect
3%.
guard.
Are you going to? There is no natural light. The sunlight obviously will help you so far, but it does eventually just get dark as far as you can see down there.
I have dark vision.
Yeah, but actually, does Magnus have dark vision?
I don't think he does.
Magnus does not. Here, Gizmo does.
Gizmo does. Okay.
Magnus.
Yeah.
If you would prefer, I can cast the spell Light onto Gizmo, and that can be a portable light source.
Yes. I can also here do light on the Gizmo. I do have my magical tinkering.
This is true.
Yep. And I'm above game. Here, your light. It's much more noticeable, isn't it? Because
Yes,
here,
it
what I
is.
can
That
do.
is my concern.
Here, for light I can do is a lot smaller, and I can dispel at will if anything might spot us. That is my biggest concern right now. Anything seeing us, but we
Yes.
do not want to see us.
We do not want to get into combat out here, I do not think. Yes,
Yeah.
well, let us go.
Yes. So you'll do your light then.
Yep.
Okay. Sounds
and
good.
we'll tie to Gizmo like before.
Yep. Sounds good.
Yep.
All right. Well, you
Yep.
will all begin your descension down the spooky, ominous music tunnel now.
Ooh. I can't believe we're gonna get got by the propaganda.
The cave closes into you, and Jafar's like, no! I made a joke nobody got. All right.
Oh no, I got it. Don't worry.
Okay.
Don't worry, I got it.
All right.
What?
I was making a Cave of Wonders joke from Aladdin.
Aladdin is
Oh.
my favorite Disney movie. I 100% got it.
Okay, good. Nobody made a joke, made a comment, so I was afraid it didn't land. But
Oh.
yes.
Oh, I didn't have a full context, but I knew Jafar and he was from Aladdin.
Yes. All right. Well, while you're descending there, we head back to Arcanes to check on the rest of the group.
Okay.
How?
Time to go to the park, boy.
Yes. You all make it to the park, and it's, fairly standard park, various shrubberies, flower buds, trees. There's like one of those, what do they call it? Gazebos, I think?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the centerpiece of the whole park is this big, or fairly ornate, Drillian-styled gazebo. So it's made of, like, the marble stone and, has, like, a lot of golden and blue heraldry in it. It's very pretty. Nearby it, presumably what was to be facing it, is the pedestal that had the statue of Queen Devia, the first queen of the Drillian Empire, that was smashed up by Gold Willow.
Well, apparently, the music man has gone towards this direction. Annika, you have magic.
Yes.
Do you detect anything interesting about this place?
I'll tell you after making a carnival.
You have guidance. I guide you. Please
Okay.
do well, or I will be upset.
I'm gonna roll guidance anyways, just for fun.
All right.
That is a 25.
All right. So, Annika, as you walk around the gazebo and try to get like a sense of the area, you start picking up the sense of corruption that you've recognized before in the city. And you do actually recognize it where the statue was, where the remains of its pedestal is. They've clearly like pulled away like the broken down statue, presumably to repair it, but the pedestal itself is still there. And you actually sense the corruption from it.
Yeah, she's gonna nod and be like, I sense some corruption emanating from what's left of the statue, particularly the base, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and the base in particular.
Well, perhaps that means there's something underneath the base, or within the base. I'm gonna go towards the base of the statue and fuck around it to see if there's any like mechanisms or anything interesting about it that would be
Alright.
emanating magic or something like that.
An investigation roll would be sufficient.
I am supposedly good at this. I am gonna give myself guidance, of course.
Yes.
Oh, Dad.
There we go.
Oh, damn. That's a 26. Hell yeah. Investigating the pedestal a bit, and looking around its base, you notice at the back of it, right along the bottom, it's almost impossible to see, but there's just a slight, ever so slight, like, space between the base of the statue and the actual pavement. Just enough that you could barely, like, reach a few fingers into.
Interesting. I'm going to reach a few fingers into it.
All right. The statue bites your hand off and you bleed to death at the end. No, I'm just kidding.
I will replace my hand with a different hand. I am God.
You put your fingers in. You can feel like a lever mechanism of sorts.
Well, there's a lever. I am going to pull it. I pull it.
All right. You pull the lever. It takes a bit of force, like it's clearly like started to like rust into place. But with a couple of good heaves, you're able to finally get it to go. And as you do, the base of the statue like rumbles ever so slightly as it begins to like move to the side. And Digion and Annika like step aside as it does. And it's a little opening with a ladder going down. It's like barely big enough for a person to fit into.
How long does it go down?
It goes down a good like 10 or so feet. It's pretty far down.
This looks like Xing was not very thorough in his investigation. I'm going to go down into the ladder.
That did not seem like a particularly difficult thing to find.
It was not. It was right there. Very obvious, plain to see. Plain to simply pull as well. I suppose there's a reason why they hire contract work.
Jeez. Wow, it's not like Xing has like a million things he has to deal with. Jeez. Wow, so rude. So rude to my NPCs.
My characters... Okay, first of all, I, out of character, am a simp for Xing. I am a Xing enjoyer.
Okay.
Drexel doesn't like anyone.
Fair. I keep clicking on the wrong things. I want to get rid of use and use. That was more than I wanted to get rid of.
He likes Magnus's dog, and that is it.
I can't bring back the other stuff. Okay.
Machines, machines can do no harm.
Actually, that's a good question. Can you give yourself guidance?
I think so.
Yeah,
I believe so.
Yeah, I was looking.
That's why it's like the best
at
cantrip
options.
of all time ever.
And it seems like what's about general consensus, but I've seen campaigns where like don't be done on yourself.
That's fair.
Yeah,
That's fair.
So long as you can touch yourself, you can give yourself guidance.
Yeah, fair. So, if I would just say
is that I like it flavor-wise as like an idea of like, you know, saying something or doing something that would perhaps like
fair
guide someone, so you actually like do guide someone. And I believe for Drexel, flavor-wise it works because he's sort of just like willing himself to focus with
Is there any particular order in who wants to go down?
Annika's not going down first. She's squishy as fuck. She will always let people go ahead of her.
Alright.
Did you go first?
It's time. It's time to bring back something I haven't done in a bit.
Digion's gonna jump down.
Okay, a 10-foot jump?
Yeah, he's just gonna jump down.
Okay, do you want to make an athletics check?
Sure.
I just fly down like a cool person.
I don't think you can fly because you cannot spread your wings.
I go down the ladder.
Like it's like I said, it's very cramped.
Acrobatics, athletics.
Acrobatics, yeah. Acrobatics or athletics. I can't remember which one it's called in D&D.
They're both a thing. They both exist.
Yeah, they're both.
Then I guess
what's swapping for?
Jumping down the hole, like a 10-foot jump.
It'd be acrobatics, I think.
Okay.
I would honestly say either.
What?
Yes. Fair. 11 acrobatics. Okay, you jump down. You mostly make it clear, but right as you get to the bottom, you just kind of lose track of where your foot is, and it kind of gets caught on one of the ladder pegs, and you just kind of like get flipped and face plant into the ground.
My mouth was open to give you guidance in the sense that I was like, please do not oh. Well.
You're not severely hurt in any way, except maybe your pride. All right, Team SW cannot see what's going on right now. Is there a way I could do that? Okay,
I mean, I can't see what's going on right now either.
I haven't dropped your peg in, that's why. I was gonna say Digion sees everything first and can move out of the way as Drexel then climbs down. And then so does Annika shortly after.
There we go.
Climbing, kind of cringe.
And it's a very closed off situation. It's
Imagine falling. Also kind of cringe.
it's
Like, it's falling with style. Okay.
You should watch your feet next
Oh.
time, Gian.
Perhaps I am not up to date on the current trends in styles then, because from what it looked like to me,
Cypress and Magnus are there just so Bree and Bookworm can see what's going on.
what it looked like to me was that you horrifically fell onto your ass.
Well, I hate to tell you this. I didn't. I fell on my face. Bit different.
I see.
All right.
Well,
Equally as
at
undignity,
least
though.
it probably would have been better to fall on your ass, as it is wearing armor. Yes?
Yeah, probably.
Alright, what is in here?
So yeah, in this room appears to be a very small living quarters. The style of the furniture and whatnot down here does not appear to be Drillian in nature. Unlike the gazebo and statue above, this appears to be more somewhat modern. It still looks to be very old, like bedding and wood and whatnot, but definitely more recent than the park itself. You get the
Interesting.
you get the
Anything?
yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Is
It
there
looks
anything in this desk?
it looks to be mostly cleared out. There isn't any drawers to the desk, but looking underneath, you can see like a few empty wooden boxes, but they appear to also have been cleaned out. Whoever was here has not been here in quite some time.
Anything in the bed thing? Or
In the
does
bed?
that clear out too? Yeah.
Yeah, the bed appears to be empty. There's like a couple of pillows and a blanket, but it's very worn thread. It's clearly been sitting here for a while. Like dust comes off it as you lift it up. And there appears to be nothing underneath either.
Gotcha.
There is,
Did
however,
it look like this person left anything behind?
looking through the shelves and cupboards, you don't find much. You do, however, find a small golden, well, not golden, a small wooden wax stamp.
Hee hee hee.
As
Is it
he-
the sigil that would be recognizable as the one that is on
It
the
is.
letter?
It is not the cloak. Instead, it is a bright. Well, not bright. It is a large eye that is in the shape of a sun.
Oh. Prince of Darkness? Yeah, I sort of grab it, pocket it into my forgery kit.
All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna look over at Digimon to see if he sees anything in that shelf.
Digion, what you? God damn it, Bree! Stop memeing on that name. That was literally years ago. Oh god. But yes, no. Digion, looking through the few shelves on the wall, you find a few empty like jars that clearly had like some food and whatnot. You don't find too much of any note or interest, but you do find a key. It's like a very old, like very like, you know, one of those long, thin, like just two-pronged key. Yeah. It was just like tucked away behind a few of the jars. Like it was at least not meant to be easily seeable without actually having to come and look for it. You gonna swipe the key, or you gonna do? What are we gonna do? Chris, you there?
What?
Chris?
Oh no, he actually fucking died now.
No! Are you there, Chris? Bree! Wake up your brother!
That he
Okay,
doesn't
well-
Discord.
Oh, is he out of the Discord call? Oh, he is. Shit. Oh no, he's in the Discord call still.
He's there.
Yeah, he says what he thinks something might have broken.
Ah, okay, okay.
Oh fuck. Oh, it's not our internet.
Yeah,
Maybe it's just headset.
yeah. While I do that, I gotta type out something.
Ah.
Sorry if you can hear the keystrokes.
Okay.
You're fine.
Oh fuck.
Let me double check for notes Bree did.
All right, Digion will pocket the key for now. Okay, excellent. Yeah, I know. Discord's fucky all the time. This actually happened to me earlier today, where all of a sudden my Discord just didn't want to pick up my voice.
Is there anything in this room that could possibly point to where someone might have gone, or just like anything I could roll a investigation to see anything extra?
There.
Any other clues?
You can roll a investigation to double check that you got everything in this room.
I'm guiding. 14.
14.
Why has
Okay.
it landed on mine more often than
That
anything
is
else?
the number.
I know.
It's because it's like right in the middle, even with bonuses. So if you roll very low and you have a pretty high number as your bonus, you'll probably get something like a 14.
Yeah,
And then
yeah.
like that's just a mid number to roll if you don't have a high bonus.
That's seems to be the case. Okay. Digion fucking die. I just saw that, Bree. But yeah, no. Going through, you look over the room once more, kind of get a look, make sure there's nothing hidden on any of the walls. And as far as you can tell, there is nothing else in this room that is of note. It appears to have been cleaned out quite some time ago, with the only two things being left behind were the wax stamp and this key that Digion has found.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it seems as if we should probably figure out what this wax stamp comes from. Actually, do I recognize the thing on the stamp? Or would I be able to?
You actually would. Looking over at it, you actually come to realize that you recognize the sigil, as it is actually the sigil icon represents the sect, or no, not the sect, what's it called? Congregation of the All-Seeing Eye. It is the sigil for their fiery eye god that judges all creation and art that the mortals create.
This is absolutely, of course, naturally, it would be some weird, silly cult.
It's not a cult. The Congregation of the All-Seeing Eye is like one of the big 7 religions of the world.
Congregations, cults, just because there are a lot of members does not mean it is not simply a bunch of people being tricked into worshipping something very stupid and very dumb.
This is
I
literally...
think, personally, that the Congregation of the All-Seeing Eye is much like any cult. Backwater, completely inane, absolutely, I believe, in my opinion, a waste of completely everybody's time. I look at it and I'm like, but of course they would be involved in something like this, as is in character for something like the Congregation. Sorry, Cult of the All-Seeing Eye.
Yeah, after they say all of that, Annika's gonna be like, my father would be very interested in hearing you say all of those things you just did.
Well, okay, why would that be the case? Because I'm correct and obviously correct?
No, but because I grew up in it.
Okay, well, are you still in it?
Not actively, no. We had a bit of a falling out.
Good. Religions like that are not worth anybody's time.
I would like to point out, to remind both the players and for context for people in the universe, that not only are the gods demonstratively real in this universe, but there is an actual... I know, you sent me. I'm just explaining here. There is an in-universe mechanical difference between a religion and a cult.
I know, but Drexel doesn't care.
Oh my god.
Drexel believes that he's correct.
Oh my god.
Right, you gotta keep in mind that Cypress said the most conspiratorial bullshit ever, and Drexel went correct.
Here's the thing. I went to Ritza and I was like, hey, what's the closest I could get to being an edgy atheist in this world while also being able to use magic? Okay? Like, I am being stupid on purpose, but also correct on purpose. Anyways.
Jesus.
It is interesting, though, to, well, seeing as you grew up in the, he does quotation marks, congregation, I don't suppose you would know what something like this would be doing in a situation like this? Is it in character?
She's gonna think, and would they have been involved in anything like this before she left?
Here, I'm going to type something out to you so I don't have to constantly explain things and have you people explain them. I should do this more often so the characters can actually say it. Okay. Where's my DMs of you? There they are. Okay,
Keeping in mind she's been gone for years now.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
Yes, he's seeing all this stuff. I'm trying to wonder if Magnus turned up coming instead.
I know, right?
It is fine. We can have a powwow.
Yeah.
Update each other. You know.
Yep. Hit. And Here, when you do, Magnus will probably have words with you.
I'm interested in hearing them. I will definitely need to do research into what any of these fucking things are out of character so that I can have a very concrete argument for him.
I must be
But,
tired. I must be tired because I'm having to read what James sent. Oh, Root sent me like 5 times before it's registering. My eyes are not reading.
It's all good. It's late. We'll be wrapping up soon. Don't worry.
Yeah.
But you get what I'm trying to say, though.
Okay. Okay, gotcha. She's gonna be like, I wouldn't know personally, but things like this tended to not be revealed until they were ready to be revealed, even within the group.
that sounds extraordinarily in character for a religion. Well,
I'm not going to claim you're wrong.
that leads us back to this letter seal that Digion found, and I hold it back up. Is this a symbol that would be recognizable to you as related to the all-seeing eye?
Okay.
You
Now
said that- Oh,
I got to type something out to you for Annika.
okay.
Wow, Annika is just buffering here. She's just thinking really hard on this.
Shut up. I
Yeah.
can only type
I
so
think I
fast.
need to. I will have time to take a fucking nap on that bed,
Here,
wake up,
here,
write a novel.
here, here. And I guess that's gonna be PTSD.
Yes, well, you know what? Get better at hiding it, bitch. Be like the rest
Alex,
of
you
us.
just got canceled.
Hey, Drexel's been having PTSD this whole time. Man, you don't even know. Boom. It's about bad coping mechanisms, you motherfuckers. That's how you do it. That's how you fucking win in the world.
Okay. She's gonna nod and be like, I do recognize it. It's either the first member of the congregation of the All-Seeing Eye or the Prince of Nothing himself.
The Prince of Nothing. Update me.
Otherwise
What the fuck
known
is
as
that?
Otherwise known as Mel.
No.
You okay. I'll drop this. Scratch the Mel name from the canon. You personally would not know his name is Mel.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't know that.
That's okay. But it is totally that character we're talking about, just to clarify for
Okay,
the
yeah.
party.
I did not know she wouldn't know that.
That's fair. No, it's okay. Clarify it right here
Wow.
for everyone. Nobody knows the Prince of Nothing's name. His name is purposely erased from history in an attempt to, keep him from resurrecting. As literally something Tempest has ordered is that the Prince of Nothing is supposed to be constantly erased from history at any possible time to try and, keep him from being resurrected through, just passive knowledge of him.
That is, well, a very stupid name. Secondly, so this would be the stamp of someone that's a highly regarded in your sect or
Most
something.
likely. Most likely, yes.
Alright, then I guess that would narrow down what organizations Xing should be looking into, or that we should be looking into.
It is interesting to find them here, considering when I came all the way from the capital of Ecosia, but I guess they do have a relatively long reach when they want to.
Well, I've heard of it before. I don't go out of my way to learn about things like that. So, it probably has a long reach. Besides, it's possible that... Well, he sort of holds up the kid's drawing. Whatever this is. Whatever this might be. It seems like it is connected in some way. And perhaps where this goes. I hold up the little stamp. Things like this might follow.
Indeed. And to be entirely honest, I am now significantly interested in finding out what's going on, now that I know my family may be involved.
Yes, well,
If not them, at least people I know may be involved.
sometimes you need incentives like that. What about you, Digimon? Sorry, Digion. Fuck, I forgot that was your actual name, was just Digion. What do you think about this entire endeavor?
What you gonna do? I know. Really? Really no. Kinda just. I'm so fucking.
It's okay.
Man.
God. I'm not even tired. I don't even know what's up.
It's all good. Don't worry. It happens. However, if that's it for this scene, unless there's anything else you want to quickly discuss.
I'm good.
All right. We're going to Jack. We're going to jump back over to the other group in one quick second. I'm almost ready for you all to get over there.
We're
'Cause
going to jack off back over to us.
Shut up. Shut up.
Right.
Oh yeah. I see an opening, I take it.
Okay. I have a good idea for the final scene. This was not planned at all to happen tonight, but I figured this would be actually pretty dope. Just give me a second. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna jump over to freaking the two of or the three of Cypress, Magnus, and Gizmo heading down the cave. As you do, the lighting seems to get it's gotten very dark. The path itself has gotten a bit more even, a bit easier to climb through, but it's still very much not viewable. Tell me, do you see nothing but pitch black on this map?
I don't
Now,
see anything.
Yes, I don't see anything.
Okay, good. No,
I
I
see
want it to be
just
pitch black.
I see the
Okay.
XX Prince of Darkness XX.
Shut up. Shut
You knew this
up.
would happen.
Yeah, because
You can't, like, bring back the edgiest motherfucker in the entire world and then expect us not to be like...
You
Yeah,
don't
like-
even know if
Make
he's
fun of
actually
him.
back.
You can't mention him without us making fun of him.
He
Yeah,
just-
like a month or so ago, I DM'd Root and be like, you know what would be really funny if this was the case.
yeah, you smarty parbies. What was I going to do? I was going to... Oh shit, I fucked up something slightly. Give me 1 second. Actually, here, I gotta move it off the map so I don't spoil it on stream, because I actually want to reveal something really cool. It's technically a stand-in, but it'll look very cool, and it'll be a good drop ending point.
yeah, I did see a quick glimpse of a map because I was stream up, so I just put
It's okay.
it over the stream.
It's okay. The map itself isn't too much of a spoiler. There's a mini I want to drop onto it that I hadn't
Yeah.
put on yet, thankfully.
Yeah, I didn't say it long enough to really make sense of anything. That's what something
That's all
else we
good.
shouldn't see.
That's all good. It's all good. Where is it? I know I have it. There it is. Okay. But yes, you go down the, the thing further and further. You don't hear much in the way of noises or sounds. You're definitely quite far away from the entranceway. You can barely sense your familiar now, even. Oh shit! Why am I on this layer? You eventually come across a door, however, at the very bottom of it. It's very unassuming. It's just a big wooden door. What do you want to do?
Cypress is going to bring them to a stop and kind of press their ear to the door to see if they can hear anything on the other side.
Okay. You can't quite make it out, but you do hear, like, some kind of very faint breathing. It's
Cool.
very heavy and loud. It sounds like it's coming from something large.
Cypress is going to like kneel down in front of Magnus to be on his eye level. They're like, there appears to be something quite large and labored in its breathing on the other side of the door. Is this something that you still want to proceed through?
Yes, we might as well find out who or what is on the other side. Hey,
Yes.
should we remove our light before we go through?
I am unsure if it will matter. If it lives down here, it is probably adept into seeing down here. I believe what we should do is have an escape plan to run away, should we need to. Yes?
Here, what can work? Here for now, if it seems like something we cannot handle, we just retreat the way we came.
That sounds good. Cypress is going to ready their magic in
Alright.
preparation of opening the door.
All right.
With that, can Magnus open the door with his shield up already?
Yes. Okay. You open. Did you turn the light off? Yes or no?
Wouldn't matter at all because that's something Magnus does think is a good idea, and if need be, light can.
If you want to, Cypress will let you. They're just like it might not matter. Just letting you know. But that's up to you.
Yeah, that's something Magnus would do. Just scan the room real quick. I'll scan. Look at where the door is. Turn it off. Get ready to open it.
All right. Well, you open the door and find yourselves in here.
Oh.
Oof.
Oh fuck.
I
Oh,
can't
that's
see what's
scary.
happening.
It is very terrifying to look at. It's
Question.
emanating. Ignore the blue light. Pretend it's emanating red light.
Can you put us there so we can see?
Oh,
'Cause
right.
I'm
Yes,
not there, so
I
can't
keep forgetting
see.
that. I keep forgetting that. I need to make a player token that just has everyone's sight for future. That'd probably be a good idea. Wait, why am I
Yeah,
bothering that?
when
I can
this-
just drop them here. I'm dumb.
We haven't discussed this much before.
Ooh.
But, hey, how
Very
well does
voiceful.
Magnus feel? How well does Magnus feel emotions? Is it like there but distant? Oh.
There, but very distant. Yes. Drexel. There's
Yeah.
Drexel. I'm dumb. Here we go.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
so
awesome.
it's more so it's pretty much a case of I know I should be feeling these things, but I don't really.
Yes. But yes, this is the big room you're in. I meant to play the scary music at the. So yes, you have no idea what the hell this thing is in front of you. This room, there's like dried blood on the floor. There's these like pins and cages and whatnot. And just there's this big black mass of like hands and like flesh that kind of just sits through this opening and is kind of, you can guess it's slumbering as it seems to be making a heavy breathing and hasn't really reacted to you yet. But some of the like red bits on it that protrude light seem to be kind of following you.
Yeah, Magnus will be doing his. Magnus will be doing his best to stay quiet. And if there's nothing else worthwhile in the room that can be immediately seen, he'll try and find a small flat piece of stone or something he can pick up. Oh, he might have one on his person. And do much good tinkering to do a picture of whatever this creature is.
Alright.
Yeah, I assume that the breathing is coming from this motherfucker?
Yes, the breathing is coming from it. You don't really see mouths and nostrils or anything like that, but it does like move with these noises and whatnot.
Oh, yeah, by the way,
is it, like...
I still can't see anything because I don't have dark vision. I just have a black void.
Is it?
Chris, I can screenshot.
Yeah, I'm just like, yeah, this void really is terrifying.
I thought I set it to have a light for everyone here. I can just turn on daylight right now. Here.
We can all see, but I don't know if I was seeing through Gizmo or not.
This is okay. I just turned on daylight. You should all be able to see in here right now.
Okay, yeah, you can see now.
Yes. Yes.
That was funny.
Like Chris sitting there being like, what the fuck?
Yes. It's like, yeah, void's kind of scary, not gonna lie.
Yes.
We all return to void.
But yes.
Yeah, fuck,
Yeah, so is it just a creature in this room?
Yes, this creature appears to be the only thing in this room.
yeah, Cypress is going to glean. Cypress wants to check and see if they've ever noticed anything like this creature before. Do I roll like a history or arcana or what?
Arcana would definitely be the better bet here.
Yeah, would Magnus be able to do the same thing?
You can, but I can pretty much guarantee Magnus will not know what this is. Unless you roll like a ludicrously good one.
I'll do it for the sake of it.
Okay, like that. Okay. 22, that's pretty good.
Magnus being 10 years old, Magnus knowing everything.
Well, Magnus still doesn't know exactly what this is, but Magnus has heard of entities of like corruptive magic itself. It has different names depending on the religions. Some call it the darkness, the stillness, etc. But there are records of demonic entities that have the look of like black and red and are typically very violent and destructive and untrustworthy. So presumably this would be one of them.
You know what I love about this thing? It looks exactly like the overlay you asked me to design.
Yes.
Yeah. While we're in this chamber, here Magnus doesn't want to say a single thing, so he'll try and push and gesture Cypress to just leave the room. So
yeah, Cypress is going to cast message. Yeah, no, we can just assume that message is a constant because it's a cantrip.
Yep.
And they're like, I do not think that we can handle this on our own. I'm going to be honest with you.
Yes, this is far beyond what we can handle. Where in the surrounding lands are we? can the creature see?
Ken, what? Sorry.
Hey, just asking Cypress if creatures can see like in the surrounding land where we are under. Assuming it's under
Yeah, like-
somewhere.
Oh, under map.
Does
Oh, okay,
Bookworm-
yes.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
let us know what spot of the map we are under right now.
Let me look at the map itself and see if I can point. Let's see. So, okay, you are right under the very edge of the city. If you were to dig straight up, you would probably be around the moat.
Oh no. That's where the stinky boy
Yeah.
went.
Hey,
I
would it be on the
think-
west edge of the city?
You would be on the
Yes, I
eastern
think-
edge. You'd be on the eastern edge. You would
East
not be in the.
edge.
You would not be
Yep.
where you met, where you saw the Veritas in the water, or heard the Veritas or whatever. But
Yep.
you would be still under the moat.
I believe that if we would dig straight up, we would eventually hit water because we are under the eastern edge of the moat.
Here, good. Here, we have a location. Here, if we can't see any other exits where that creature is, at least we know where it is from the city.
Yes. Right. Does it appear to be like growing out of the wall?
No, there's. It's hard to tell without getting too close to it, but it looks like there's an opening. It's just sitting in.
Hmm.
Is there any way to try and sneak past with my clunky armor?
It would be extremely difficult, but not impossible. But you would have to touch the creature, which would very much running the risk of awakening it if you're not careful.
Sleepy boy.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to see if I don't think I have any way to see things from range. See, because here we know where we are now, so I'm just wondering if it'd be worth trying to hit someone the troops back, if that side works, to try and send him forwards.
I do not think we should try anything at this moment. I think we should probably go and gather everyone to let them know of this discovery.
Yeah, I have to agree. This is something we have to approach Babs and Xing about and see what our options are. Yes, I just wish there was a way we could monitor this remotely.
Yes, that was really loud.
What was that?
Yes, it sounded like the Legend of Zelda song, I'm gonna be real.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
I'm not sure if that's
Oh.
Rat doing something. Oh.
It was me laughing, but I didn't even realize it did the Zelda theme. But you're totally right. I didn't mean to do that. Fuck.
Oh.
Yes,
So
well-
it wasn't in game.
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck is this thing talking to? But yeah, no, Sepus
Yeah.
is like, alright, let's get going. You can go on ahead with me, it's fine.
I am standing between you and this thing. Legit, is
Oh, fuck. It's talking
who
to
are
us.
you?
You
I think it said I can hear you.
you glance over to it and you can see a few of its hands are beginning to like twitch and move a bit. It's
knows we're here.
its breathing is starting to like still, and it like you can see some of its hands are attempting to push itself up a bit. It
Hold on.
it said here mines. Sorry.
Oh,
Wait.
fuck.
Don't forget, the creature that you use to open the gateway is a species that's telepathic.
Oh fuck, we're stupid. It just tuned into our fucking wavelength. Yeah, Cypress is like, oh,
Oh.
hello, how are you? They just go, hi, how are you? They don't know what else to say.
The hand that's the hand that's like at the very front of it kind of lifts up, and as it like outstretches its fingers in its palm, like opens up a big glowing like red eye that like just kind of like stares straight at you, Cypress. And it answers your question.
I don't like that answer. I really hate that answer, actually. That's the worst answer I could have possibly fucking said. Yeah, Cypress is like, Cypress out loud is like, I guess we have to go. Right now.
Yep.
As you're saying that, you see it's like desperately trying to like lift itself and start pushing itself through that opening to get closer to the two of you.
Magnus does not, and while we're backpedaling, he just asks the creature, "What do you eat?"
Oh, that's a good question. Maybe I have some in my pack.
As it like starts to like break through the opening and whatnot, you just hear it like all of a sudden.
Wait, he requires what?
Everything.
Everything.
Yes.
Yep.
Cypress is gonna drop. Cypress is gonna drop one of their rations on the floor as they point.
Magnus is just like pushing Cypress out, like just go.
One of its hands just like steps onto the like the ration, and like it doesn't even like properly recognizes it, just chases you. You run into the hallway. You run into the hallway, which thankfully the door is much smaller, so it can actually get through. But the head piece kind of like bursts through it, trying to reach after the two of you, but is unable to, obviously.
Yeah.
But you can hear it kind of like trying to scratch through as you desperately try and run as fast as you can up the stairs without, tripping and falling.
Yeah.
Oh god, this thing's gonna follow us out into the fucking woods. We're so fucking dead. We fucked up so bad.
The whole time on the way out, Magnus is keeping himself between Cypress and this thing.
Yes.
Cypress is running slow to be by Magnus as much as possible.
Yes. It's all good. You keep running, and despite you hear it thrashing and like making noises in the background, eventually you start hearing that sound oddly familiar to the one on the creature that you had blown, quote unquote.
Don't call it that. Can we like say play? Like it's
played.
An instrument or something?
Sure, that you played.
You played for creature.
God. But yes, so as you get up to it, you eventually start seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. You sense you're familiar a lot better, and you keep running your ass off, and you can feel the tunnel starting to like close in, like it's beginning the process of closing.
Magnus plays what recording he took before.
The recording plays. You hear the part that you could hear before it turns silent, even though you know it's still playing. And it seems to hold off the cave closing long enough for you to actually get out properly before it closes completely. And you're able to get yourselves outside.
Cypress is gonna do a head count to make sure everyone made it out, including Gizmo and Licorice.
Yes, everyone has made it out. Licorice got out of the way of the door before it closed. Gizmo's here. Magnus is here. The creature is still here as well. The corpse.
Well, that was upsetting.
We should probably regroup. And tell them what we
Yeah.
found.
Yeah, his father should probably be aware of this.
Yes. Are you hurt?
No, I am not. Are you?
No. I am glad that you made it out all right. And they reach in, they pat his little robot head.
Excellent. Well,
As he deserves.
with that, I imagine you're going to take the corpse and head back into town, right?
Yeah,
Oh.
we'll take the corpse
yeah.
with us.
All right.
If for corpses are hokey, of course we're keeping it.
Well, you have. I think we're going to call it there for the session, and next we'll continue. Next time we'll continue with Cypress and Magnus getting back to the Tempest headquarters and seeing what the hell Drexel and all them turn up at the Sanguinum store.
Fuck yeah.
I'm gonna be real honest with you. You just plot skipped like 4 or 5 sessions.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
Holy shit, we did.
No, yeah, I totally. For some reason, I just didn't think you would like get it together that this creature was the one, because it had the trumpet mouth thing, but it didn't really have the mechanical bits, like, you know, like it, because Gold Willow specifically described it as being like flesh that's grown out of a machine, not a machine put into a flesh. I didn't think you guys would bother trying to play this at the cave, even though it would work.
We're smart this round.
You got Xing to play it before. You made us fully aware it could be played as a fucking trumpet.
Yes, but I didn't think you'd think it would work because Gold Willow didn't mention music at all. The cave just opened it for it.
Because the thing is that we immediately assumed that this was what that this was the one that went to Gold Willow. So we were has to be the thing.
Part of me was like trying to speak up and like dissuade you from that because it's not, but I was also like, I should see where this goes.
Yeah, I mean, it turned out really funny. I tried to feed it my
did.
rations, and it didn't eat it.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, like.
Which you're eating everything.
Yes.
Like here, logically, we assumed this was what creature that attacked Gold Willow. We knew that only only open for those creatures. Took the creature there, didn't open it. Only one thing left to do, and was to fucking blow it.
Sure. I shouldn't have had fucking. I kind of wanted you to know because I wanted you to know where the music part's coming, because the music part of this story is going to become very important, literally next time.
Well, you have like a week to figure it out. So
don't worry, I know exactly where things are gonna go from here. You oh boy.
Oh god,
Yeah.
did we fuck up?
No,
real bad?
no, just now that thing is aware that something can get in there, so
Yay!
Cypress and Magnus showing up like, hey, we found God.
Yeah, so like
Yeah.
Drexel's like, so we figured out the cult behind it, what they've been doing, basic idea of like, we have some keys, some stamps, we can probably do some politicking. What did you guys find in that cave?
Well,
So
would you like the good news or the bad news?
unleash an eldritch beast of musical darkness. I see.
XX _musical darkness XX.
shut up, stop.
Yeah, but
My God.
if I just ask what we found in Magnus' house, I want to do picture I took of it, and it says this.
Yes.
No explanation.
Yes.
Right. Can I gain proficiency in Trumpet Monster? Considering I am a bard and I did play it.
What's that? You want a proficiency on blowing these monsters?
Absolutely. Are you fucking kidding me? I have another monster I'm saving up to blow for. You know that.
Oh my god.
Yeah. I do have a quick clarifying question.
Yes.
Yeah, when we played what recording on the way out, it only delayed the cave closing.
Yes.
It doesn't seem like it can open it by itself for recording, does it?
It can possibly, but it can't override simultaneous playment. Basically, it helped slow the closing of the cave, in which case, if you guys failed, you would have been trapped in there, and that's how the session would have ended. But it essentially delayed it because something else was trying to close it, and the signal from your recording just kind of, caused a momentary of like, wait, what's going on?
Basically.
Okay, so yeah, we probably don't know if it's incorrect, but I'm assuming that fucking blob was chasing us was trying to close the cave, and I temporarily canceled it out.
Yes, they were confused by the playment of a creature subordinate to it.
Yep.
But yes. So I don't want to spoil too much of the plot, but the Naratep have been something I've been wanting to do in a Deus campaign for a long time. I started
cool.
this plot. Part of this plot is adapted from a IRL Deus campaign I started doing that ended up having to be canceled before it got anywhere serious.
Oh, really?
So I'm like, hell yeah, now I can do the Naratep plot line here. Hell yeah. I love me my very unsubtle Nyarlathotep stand-ins.
They're spooky. They're nasty. I
Yes.
like them.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's
I
cool.
just like playing a character that's smart until he's just like not. It's very like just being like, yeah, I'm gonna come up like, yeah, this is a pretty conceivably good plan. This is a conceivably good idea of why this is happening. What if I just chose to instead believe something that's completely not a good idea?
Well, Maltheism is an actual source of magic in this universe. Like that's literally where
know,
Devia got her
that's-
magic.
I know.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
it's worked for him so far, so.
Yeah, Magnus was really big brain this session.
God, the fucking Cypress going like, oh, yes, this is a conspiracy to murder everyone in the city, and Drexel going, yeah,
Yeah.
the funniest fucking.
Yes, that makes complete sense.
I'm so sorry for Cypress. Their first thought always goes to death.
I love them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love everyone.
Weird thing to
Wait,
love them
wait.
over, but valid.
I've colored Cypress so far. I'll send it on my.
Oh my god, I'll
Discord.
cry.
I love
I love them.
I've been actively sipping with Cypress for 2 years.
Oh, they look so
They're so
pretty.
Yes.
They look so pretty.
Oh, hell yeah.
Nah, I'm super excited how everything's
They're
gone
so
so far.
cute.
Geez, so many notes.
I love your little. I love your notes at the end of every session. They're
Yes.
so fun to read.
They're very cute.
Yeah, I figured someone should be taking notes.
I love that Digian is kind of like slowly cementing himself as like the light comic relief of the group. Not because he's actively trying to be funny, but that's the second time now where you like get physically harmed in some way.
Yeah. Yeah, more and more I'm just thinking of Digion as just like that dude bro of a group.
Yes.
Every time that happens, Annika just looks at him and is like, "Do better next time."
My name's Digion. Welcome to Jackass. I'm gonna let this trap hit me in the nuts.
Dion fucking died.
Like,
Jim fucking died.
because like I hear you say, oh, it's like a 10-foot drop, and my mind immediately flashes back to KIE when I jumped off like a 60-foot cliff. And I was just like, this would be hilarious.
Oh my
You
god.
had above 100 health when you landed. You had above
Took
100
max
health still.
damage, still above over half HP.
Okay. Okay, I want a question that I'm obviously not going to give the answer to, but I just want the party's opinions and thoughts on this so far.
Mhm.
The Music Man and the big eldritch scary monster in the cave. Do you think either of these is the BBEG?
No.
My gut instinct says too soon.
I refrain
My
from
gut-
answering.
My gut instinct is that I trust every musical Veritas. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Like I trust them with my entire life, and you can, me as a person, just trust them. They're my best friend. In terms of BBEGs, see, nah. I think one of them might be like a mini boss, like for end of
Definitely that.
end of this like arc, whatever this like little thing. I see us fighting one of them. Maybe the little eldritch guy in the sewers or whatever is like a piece of the BBEG or something like that.
Yeah, I could see
Yeah,
that.
yeah. I
Mhm,
feel
mhm.
I feel like
Like-
what creates from a cave is either a BBG or working for a BBG in some way.
Fair. What if the BBEG now hear me out. I'm just throwing out completely unfounded theories. What if the little girl is the BBEG and she
Well,
made up
then
the
I
Music
have
Man to
been-
throw you off?
Well,
Meaning
I
we
mentioned
should have-
myself as her best friend.
Meaning we should have
Yeah, no,
knocked down the. We should have knocked down the door and committed child murder anyways.
I mean, technically, when you did insight, I didn't say what her plan was. I just said she wanted to get something to show you. I didn't say her motives technically.
Drexel would not be surprised.
Everyone's the BBEG until someone
Ev-
announces that they're the BBEG.
Everyone in the town is evil. That's the surprise. It's Hot Fuzz. Everyone's in on it except you guys.
Oh fuck.
You fools! The real BBEG was Gold Willow.
Yes.
No.
No.
Free
The
granddad.
real BBEG is Nyx again.
The
Technically,
real BBEG are the friends we made along the way.
I mean,
Oh my
technically,
god, we're all. To be fair, in Moss, we were the BBEG. Let's be fucking real.
yes.
We just
There
There was-
of the things
There
that
was
went on.
one single good person in that party, and she wasn't even that great.
Yeah. I mean, technically, at this point in the canon, Nyx would still be alive in her actual, like, physical eternal body.
Are you kidding me, bitch? If I
Oh my god.
my mommy.
Christ.
possessed
Uh,
my mommy.
But yeah, I am tired.
Yeah, it's okay. It's
No.
pretty fucking late.
I am too.
Imagine being tired.
Well,
Go fuck yourself.
let us say
What if I
goodbye
could?
to the viewers and everything. Then thank you, everyone who
Yeah,
stopped
goodbye,
by.
y'all.
Bye.
Thank you. Goodbye, everyone.
Bye.
Thank
And
you.
Now I'm going to hop off myself.
That's all good.
Good night.
Night.
Nighty.
Bye.
Night. But yes, thank you very much, everyone who is around for the night. Thank you, Driz, for the raid. I am definitely going to give you a shout out on Twitter after that. I super appreciate it.
That was
And
fun.
yeah, it was a really nice surprise. And thank you, everyone who stopped by. I hope you enjoyed our little fucking around and slightly scuffed stream because I'm just cursed to that.
To be fair, this one was less scuffed than the other ones, so
This
we're
is
getting
true.
better.
Still
True.
You
scuffed.
jinxed it. You were the one that were like,
Yeah.
it's not gonna be
Yeah.
scuffed, and I was like, yeah, it will be because you said that, and then you went, don't say that, and then I said it
Don't
anyway.
tempt the universe, buddy.
Yeah, I know. But no, that was fun. You've totally thrown me for a loop, which I expected to happen at one point or another, where you would do something out of order and what I planned. Basically, I planned you to go to the Corvida village and meet Goldwillow again before you met that thing.
And then it's
Well,
just
I'm
like,
so
you know,
sorry.
what if
It's all good.
you didn't?
And like,
Alright.
I wanted to let it happen. I could have. Excuse me. If
Yeah.
I really wanted to, I could have like had Ming step in with like, "Oh, I'm not gonna have you leave the city. You know that makes it so much more vulnerable." Blah blah blah. I could have, but I really wanted to see. I wanted to see I wanted to see your fucking expressions when you've only fought like a couple of crappy automatons and like anything, and then you walk into this boss that if you decide to fight it, you just die. You would die in that fight.
Yeah.
The two of you would just die right there.
Yeah, Cypress was like, no, absolutely not.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, that's actually part of the reason I suggested leaving Litri's out there. But if something happened, there would be a record of what was there.
Yes, yes,
If Licorice could communicate with someone else.
yes, yes. Licorice could try and make him realize that they're in the cave at least.
Yeah.
Uh,
I'm assuming there's a druid or something in the city that can speak with animals.
yes, I'm sure there's someone. It's a very large city.
Yeah.
It's not a
I'm
rare
gonna-
magic town.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give my like 2 cents on the BBEG thing.
Yeah.
I think this is gonna sound really weird if you don't know what this is.
Mhm.
I think this is gonna be kind of like Sonic Unleashed, if you know what that is. Or
I know what
played
Sonic Unleashed is, but I actually don't know the plot of Sonic Unleashed.
No emeralds?
it. No emeralds. Sonic Unleashed, basically the plot is worlds broken up, putting it back together. But I think instead of it being like that, because obviously it's not, I think people would notice. This is not the only one of those like void, darkness, or even way bullshit things in the fucking world. There's several of them, and they just are like a smaller part of the bigger thing. Because Goldwell was like, oh yeah, there's like an ancient chaotic magic beneath the fucking city. Which this obviously is not beneath the city in a direct sense because he was attacking a road. Beneath the city in the fact that it was outside of it. So I'd probably guess like, I don't know, it's probably like an offspring of something much bigger.
Interesting.
I'm
Yeah,
just,
I
I'm
think
just
that
spouting
is
nonsense.
is the baby version of the thing we never fought in Moss.
Oh right, I forgot. I did introduce that thing in Moss when you traveled through the weird mirror
Yeah,
place.
What, did they
Yes,
sleep
Everyone
it
made
and run
plans.
away?
Everyone made plans to fuck it to death.
yes. You all were like, "Ooh, a new monster to fuck," and I was like, "Oh my god, please stop."
I forgot y'all called. That was the fucking monster fucker campaign. I almost forgot about that.
Can we not try and fuck the big bad monsters for
No.
5 minutes?
Don't worry. We'll be more tame in this campaign. We already are.
Really?
We're not
Yes.
nearly
I'm
as
not playing a slut in this campaign.
Nobody's playing a
I'm
slut.
playing
We're
the
gonna be
slut
more
and-
tame in this
No,
campaign.
Cypress-
Okay,
Cypress
blow
is a
the
slut.
monster.
Are you kidding?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Cypress
I
has some. I'm sorry, but I'm on the Cypress and Xing train. I will wingman them by making Xing hate me so much.
Make you
That
hate
Cypress
me
is
so
looking
much
great
that
in
they look
comparison.
better in comparison.
Jesus.
I-
Great idea.
I love-
Very interesting.
I love Xing so much. You don't understand. I
He's
love
just a
him.
nice guy, and I choose
I
to
can't.
be mean
He's
to
going
him
to
on
betray us. He's going to betray us, and I'm going to cry my fucking
Okay,
eyes
here's the
out.
thing. If he betrays us, I'm not gonna be mad. That means I was right.
Lovers to
This is
enemies.
a win-win for me.
I'm surprised you haven't tried prying him for more info about himself.
Oh,
I will once the Eldritch monster situation is
Yeah, like,
taken
I feel
care
like
of.
it's sort of a thing where it's like every time that we could be prying him for information, there's like a dead body of a giant
That's fair.
thing.
Yeah,
fair.
so I will.
he
I
does
want to get
more.
through. I want to trauma bond with him before I get to know him emotionally.
Yeah, like you gotta
know?
manipulate out some trust. You gotta
Yeah,
use his
absolutely.
trauma.
Oh my
I gotta
gosh.
make him love me somehow.
The only way to
Before
make
I
people
even
love you.
know what his last name is.
What do you mean? His name is Xing Templar.
No. Tempest is not a family name, it's an organization. How dare you?
Xing family name. But
He does have a
yeah,
family name.
sorry.
Text.
Damn, I'm going to take it.
I mean, if you okay, is nobody suspicious of his name?
Absolutely, I am.
Suspicious of him as a person.
Yes,
I'm-
but I mean,
I'm absolutely
I am
suspicious of his
suspicious
name.
of him. Bree and Cypress are both suspicious of him. Cypress just also kind of simps a little.
Yeah. What part of
Bree
his
also
mind does-
kind of simps a little. You fuck.
well,
Bree simps
his
a lot.
I was gonna say a little.
His name is Xing, right? Which is like, you know, a vaguely like, you know, Eastern name, but he's a Minoy, right?
I
Who
don't
would-
know
Is he
how
not a
to-
Minoy?
No, he is a Minoy. Don't worry, that's not what I'm trying to imply here. But who would
Okay,
give
I
him
was
that
about to be like,
name?
"That's true."
Who would give him that
I-
name?
I don't know the name conventions and
Like,
I
didn't
know.
he say what he did? In the start of a second session, didn't he say what he wasn't raised by Manois, but by another race?
Yes.
He's an
I
orphan,
don't
isn't
I
he?
don't remember which one would give him the name Xing.
Oh my
He's an
god, he
orphan.
doesn't have parents. You gotta sweep in. You gotta do that emotional labor for him.
Oh my god.
I'm going to be their the Cypher doesn't have a cat.
Oh my god, he's Batman.
I don't know.
No notes were taken on who actually raised Jing. I was just double checking from last session.
Xing Wayne, that's his fucking name.
No.
Yeah, Jing
It's
Wang?
okay. Despite
Billionaire.
Bruce
This-
Wayne.
despite that the two Tethians and Tethian product in the party don't have this type of name really because their name convention is weird. The Tethians use a lot of Chinese like derived words in their language and
I
names.
see.
Oh,
Yes.
sexy.
I-
I
Sexy.
see.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
Interesting.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's supposed to make me more sus because it just makes me more attracted to him.
yeah,
Oh my god.
yeah. I just don't know what the naming conventions of other races were if one of
No.
them had similar Eastern stuff.
that's fair. Yeah, no, the Tethians are basically the Eastern like Chinese sort of derived culture to an extent, of course. The Drillians are, you know, kind of like a mixture of English and French.
Ew.
I-
On
So the
title.
worst race of all time. I'm sorry, they're the worst. Fuck the Drillians, all of them.
the
Except for if they have a revolution. They're good for like a year.
I mean, there's
Like
been a
only
few
a year.
revolutions in Drillian history. The Duprillians, like the original Duprillians, were actually brain the Africa, Jesus Christ. They had a lot of African naming conventions and whatnot. And were like this big giant supercontinent.
Ooh.
The which is where all the humans originate because it's totally not, you know, supposed to be allegory for Earth or anything. The fucking the Minois were like Egyptian, like not modern Egyptian, like, you know, like the age of the pharaohs and
Ancient
whatnot.
Egypt?
Yeah, ancient Egypt.
Ooh.
Yes.
Too bad they don't remember any of that shit.
Yeah, no, that got purged like twice.
SMH.
Yes. And then the Yadrin are a mixture of they're probably the most hodgepodge of various ancient civilizations. They're supposed to have a bit of like Aztec, Mesopotamian, and fuck, what is the ones that were found in fucking Pit? Is it Pygmy? No. God, it's been forever since I fucking first wrote down what their inspos are supposed to be for culture and aesthetics. I can't remember, but they're supposed to be just a general hodgepodge of various ancient religions.
Ooh.
The fucking Ecosians are Arabic and mixture of Arabic and Indian things, depending on, you know, the section of them, because the Ecosians used to be a lot more have a lot more cities in Carcotian Desert. They were just, you know, wiped out in various warfare with good old Davia and Zarat.
Oof.
before officially being recognized as being subservient to them.
Oof.
Yes.
Perhaps in a crusade.
Yes. And then they got their freedom when the Drillian Empire collapsed, when Saharat went into the mask and caused a whole bunch of shenanigans, and the Veritas rebelled, and then Philora rebelled like 100 years later.
Mommy.
Yes.
Mommy.
That's still a
Drillian
canonical.
Empire.
That's still a canonical thing. The civil war between Philora, Sevilla, and the Veritas as a whole is still called the Beautiful War, because that name's baller.
Mommy.
Fuck the Drillian
Bro,
Empire.
every time I remember that my sweet shadow mommy exists.
She's so good.
Yep.
It's so annoying because I'm playing a character that straight up probably wouldn't give a fuck about her, but I'm like, bitch,
Yes.
everything to me.
I'm gonna drop it. I'm not having her show up in this campaign. That feels too much from Mask of Souls being brought
I know, but every time I remember her,
in.
I remember.
I'll give a spoiler to this because this is the Mel cult is obviously going to come up and whatnot. But in case you haven't realized, the cult is very, very small and doesn't have a lot of resources, hence it's very
I thought
hidden.
it was a congregation.
The congregation of the All-Seeing Eye is not the Mel cult. It's the religion Mel founded, but it's not the Mel cult.
Okay.
Because that's the thing. Yeah, because the congregation is what Mel founded back when he was still human.
Okay. So Drexel
Oh.
doesn't care about the difference, but what the fuck is the difference between a cult and a congregation in this fucking world? Because I don't know,
Okay.
and I feel like I should.
Basically, everything falls into two categories in the world of Deus Mortis: cult and religion. The religions have various names. Some call them sects. Some call them congregations and all that stuff. But the actual mechanical difference is that a religion has enough knowledge and belief spread out that it can have effects in places where there isn't strong belief of it. So if if a Drillian who believed in the ancients went to the Eodrin land, which is the conquered Minoi continent, where you're not allowed to worship anything but the Dreamer, they could still cast magic because the power of their belief is strong enough that it goes across the world. There's enough people to power it that far away from its sections, whereas a cult can only display its power in the vicinity of where its followers are.
Gotcha.
Yes. So cults have a lot harder time spreading. So because of that, they tend to just they stay and kind of pool in one location.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yes.
Imagine following a god of any kind.
Yes.
Wouldn't be me.
High
Mel-
five, Joe.
Mel is just so powerful because he's technically powered by both the congregation and all of the cults he's founded over the fucking millennia.
This is like a minor spoiler, but it's sort of been revealed out of character. But Dex just straight up gets his magical power from hating God.
Yes.
I don't.
You hate
no idea.
God.
I have no idea. How the fuck does Digimon get his action? That I think
Years. Okay.
He follows no gods. Period.
Okay. So since he's an Oathbreaker Paladin, that would mean, and I'm assuming you would just go with the default Tethian religion of the machine spirit, basically, so because I'm totally not ripping off Warhammer 40k. Shut up.
Yeah, totally.
Your version of that would basically, how the Tethian religion works is they view technology's role is to replace organic. Tethians are super pro cybernetics. There's a lot of higher ups in both their religion and society that will slowly get mechanical replacements to them. They prefer to be in cities and around constructs rather than out in the wild and nature and whatnot. So an Oathbreaker one would be one that doesn't necessarily want to destroy technology and stuff, but not see it as technology being superior to nature.
Okay, so basically how I've seen Digimon this entire time. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. It would basically be You may not even necessarily like nature, but you would reject the concept that the technology is supposed to replace the organic.
Based.
Yes.
Well, I'm going to hop off.
That's okay. It is pretty late. I should probably
Yeah.
technically the stream's still going. Technically, I said bye to chat, but I didn't end stream. We've all just been talking to them.
Well, I
it's all
mean, they
good.
got a lore drop, so good
Yeah.
for them.
Lore,
Them
player
nice
thoughts,
Good night.
all that fun
lore.
stuff.
Yeah, more
Good night.
roll.
But yes, no, yeah. But you know, maltheism is totally a source of because belief, it's basically belief and emotion that powers everything. It just tends to pool into, you know, the religious kind, but maltheism exists. Devia kind of
I get
spearheaded
power
it.
from pure spite.
Yes, because the thing about it is, if you were
Speaking of, I need to rewrite my backstory.
it's all good.
To be nicer looking.
Because if you're an atheist in the setting, you could still technically get magic, but it would be super weak and very contradictory because, you know, the magic is a side effect of all the gods and stuff. And you're saying they don't exist, even though you're casting that one's kind of not logical in the setting. But a Maltheus still believes the gods exist, it just hates them. Or, you know, rejects them for various reasons.
So
Yes.
it's just I hate someone else so much that I get stronger because of it.
Yes. Your magic
So I'm
when
the
you
Doomslayer is what I'm hearing.
kinda. Yeah. Tethian magic when they cast, you know, at least worshippers who follow the whole machine religion, the cult of Metal. Their magic has like this kind of technology to it. Like it takes the form of like, you know, the wire paneling and glyphs and, you know, glowy neon and all that shit. But an Oathbreaker one might it could retain that, or your aesthetic could be like technology mimicking nature. So it could be like the patterns, instead of being sigils and whatnot, could be like leaves and vines, but still have like the glowy mechanical look to them. Does that make sense?
Cool.
Or nature imitating.
I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure anything of how Magnus would work because he's with a congregation.
Yes.
'Cause
So.
I've been training like a bunch of these things seem like more sort of tech based.
Mhm. Yeah, the
Yeah.
congregation is all about like the act of creation and artistry and whatnot. So, yeah, their magic takes the form of things that, you know, cause change. Fire being the most obvious one, but just general like heat, anvils, paint, anything like that. That one can become very individualistic compared to the other religions, but it always references a form of creation.
Yeah, so that's sort of what I've been going with Magnus using different gadgets and what on his body and on Gizmo to do his stuff.
Yeah. Like I've always enjoyed the idea of a mage of the congregation who is like a writer. So his magic is the form of like a book that he like writes in, that like he tears the words off the pages with his like magic pen, wand, whatever, and it, like the letters like glow and form into whatever he's like describing.
You have no idea how close what is to this character in an anime called Bungo Stray Dogs.
I think I
Yes.
might be vaguely aware of this character.
Yeah, that's like
This
1-to-1.
Yeah, that's the.
It just sounds
that's
like
the
an
guy, Kurikita,
evolution
right?
of Rohan from JoJo.
Yeah, definitely very similar to Rohan too.
That's
Yeah.
cool.
Bungo Stray Dogs is such a fucking wacky anime because it makes no sense at all ever.
I've heard
However,
that.
it's very silly.
I love that.
It's so fun. Who's your favorite character?
Either for my I forget the names, but for mine guy, for person who turns into a bloody tiger, over one with all who can manipulate for like darkness stuff, who starts off as an attacker, but they're supposed to be like more of a support person.
Yeah. I'm a
Yeah.
big Chuya stan, Mr. Gravity guy. He's my guy.
Yeah, for one who can't do shit if he's hungry.
No, the one that can just manipulate gravity, and he's like he's literally like one of the most powerful fucking characters, but like he's just never there because he's doing other things. Like they just have a character that they like drop in every once in a while when they like need to get like kill a bunch of people, and then they just like get rid of him. But I like him because he has some really cool stuff in the light novels.
Yeah, there is this one character, but I think what's there for only a couple of episodes, as I backstory thing for one who could like see 3 seconds in the future.
Mm-hmm.
It does what how arc with him going against someone with a same power and then like just constantly countering their potential counters. Yeah,
Nice,
that's what.
nice.
Yeah, that whole thing was really enjoyable for me.
It's a fun show.
Yeah, I'm
But yes.
gonna go.
I am also
Hop
gonna
off.
hop off because I
Yeah,
need
it's okay.
to-
I was about to say I'm totally gonna end the
Appreciate
stream too. But yeah, no, I had a lot of fun,
Oh
y'all.
my god, I keep forgetting that you're still on stream. Anyway,
It's all good.
Anyway,
Yes, the title of this session is just for conspiracy.
That's what I'm going for so far, but if we come up with something better before we upload it, then you know.
yeah, we might want to come up with, because the thing is like this is like the beginning of the conspiracy.
Yes.
We have yet to actually figure out the conspiracy.
Do you know the Music Man?
Yes, yes. Do you know what Music Man? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
oh
God.
my god.
I'm writing that down right now.
Do it. Yes.
Who is Kaiser Solfege? Would be a funny one. It's Kaiser Soze, but it's Solfege because he's Music Man. It's funny if you've seen the movie
Jesus.
that I'm referencing.
Alrighty. But yes, I'm gonna hop off the Discord call and say good night to stream. So thanks for session, everybody. It was fun as hell.
Yep, catch you tomorrow, rats.
Yep. See ya.
Yep, see ya.
All right. Well, that was a hell of a long, fun stream. Pretty good. Had a lot of fun. Hope it was entertaining to listen to. I know we get a bit distracted and rambly here and there, but it's just because we're a bunch of chill friends, you know, have a lot of fun together. But thank you, everyone who stopped by again. Thank you for the raid, Driz. Thank you, everyone who hung around. I super appreciate it. Even if you're only in here for a few minutes, even if you lurk, I love it all. I appreciate all the support I get from all of you. And with that, I'm going to hop off too and see you all next time. Hopefully tomorrow, where I will be playing with some friends. We won't be starting until quite late my time, like 10 p.m. But they can definitely lead to fun-ass discussions. I'm not against them. But no, tomorrow we're hopefully going to play either Sea of Thieves or Borrow Trauma or Deep Rock Galactic in that prioritized order. But hopefully Sea of Thieves, but we'll see. But yeah, at any rate, I had a lot of fun, everyone. I'm going to go to bed. Well, maybe not go to bed, but I'm going to get off the computer. So have a good night, and I'll see you all next time. Bye.